right, I'd like to bring the meeting to order of the Select Board meeting, Monday, January 27th, 2025. We're in the Select Board chamber, and the time is 6:33. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to open the Select Board meeting for Monday, January 27, 2025.
Okay, just a second here. Okay. All righty. Please, actually, meeting is being recorded by MCM. Thank you, folks. And I'd like you all to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Pledge allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. All right, I'd like to welcome you all here this evening. My chair comments will be very brief. I just want to share with you that I was privileged to attend the honor court for Troop 101 for Andrew Robbins, who received his Eagle Scout, and that's quite an accomplishment. And we commend every one of those kids for getting through that. They start when they're little, and it's a huge thing for our town, and it was a real privilege to be there. So I just wanted to share that with you as well. So, and the other thing, I'm sure you're aware or not aware, the South Shore Regional Vote TAC passed in all 9 towns with a 78% in the affirmative on that aggregate vote. So just sharing that as well. And with that being said, I'd like to go to our town administrator's report, and we will get this meeting going.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have my weekly call into WATD to discuss upcoming issues around town and to review the Select Board agenda when current. Hosted weekly meetings with the DPW staff, Sean Strobel and Meg, to discuss the FY26 budget impact on fuel accounts, the roads, cemetery, trees and greens, highway, water, solid waste, wastewater, along with various funding sources. Participated in a meeting with our veterans officers, Karen and Lisa, with our assessor, Anne Marie Sennett, to continue our discussion on the HEROES Act and the need for warrant articles to adopt the exemptions to help our veterans and our seniors with an effective date of 12/31/2026, which is the FY27 budget. Hosted a meeting with Sean Strobel, our treasurer, to review the FY26 budget and budget message for my presentation on January 21st, 2025. Participated in a meeting with Chris Cuneo, Doug Russell, and Craig Jameson regarding the skate park project that will be funded with a CPC grant for $215,000. The skate park group has also raised $25,000 on its own to be used for repairs to the park. The project will be short approximately $21,276. I'll work to locate those funds to complete the project. Skate park is used every single day, rain, snow, sleet, by our residents. Participated in a security meeting for the St. Patrick's Day MEF, Marshfield Education Foundation Road Race. This will be the 15th anniversary of this great event that raises funds for our schools and teachers. Security be tight to make sure our residents and guests are safe. The bomb squad and dogs will also be helping with the security for this race. I had the opportunity to stop by the police station to view firsthand the intense accreditation process that was taking place at the station with our command staff, officers, and chief. Process involves every aspect of policing, from over 159 policies to the necessary equipment needed at the station and the police cars, to training, to evidence storage, prison cells, and treatment of prisoners, etc. Had a meeting with Chief LaSalva and Attorney Clifford to deal with personnel issues involving a firefighter. Participated in the Eagle ceremony for Troop 101 with Chairperson Fiddler at Sanctuary Church for Andrew Robbins. It was a great event. Hosted a meeting with Chief Tavares, Captain McDonough, Sean Strobel, and Meg LeMay to review some FY26 budget issues dealing with funding, grants, and capital. Participated in a meeting with NextGrid and Fred Russell and Matt to review our photovoltaic projects and paths to move forward. We're moving ahead with the Cap landfill project, which actually began in 2019. participated in a special select board meeting on January 16, 2025, to accept the deed to 829 Old Main Street Extension on behalf of the Board of Public Works for water protection purposes as approved at the special town meeting on December 16, 2024, Article number 24. Hosted a meeting with Fred and Tony from our facilities to review ongoing projects, including wrapping up the fire HQ bathrooms and locker rooms for our men and women, the fire department, the Daniel Webster Estate, the GAR Hall, Town Hall, new doors and ongoing updates, library, the bathroom and roof, school ADA projects for the elementary bathrooms. Participated in an airport meeting with Bob Galvin and Paul Van Cowenberg from the Airport Commission to discuss some ongoing issues and projects. Hosted a meeting with our project consultant, Mike Duffy and Tony Parente, with Fred and Matt regarding our Level 3 charging stations for Town Hall. We received a grant for Level 2 and Level 3 charges. Level 3, of course, are the fast ones. Unfortunately, we were notified that the grant for Level 3 charging stations were oversubscribed, and we're not going to get them. Level 3 chargers can charge a car in a few hours. Level 2s charge at 10 miles per hour. More and more people are getting into electric cars to help the environment. You can see the cars line up to use the chargers. I wanted to mention in my report the sad news that Larry Whalen had passed away, and his funeral was last week. He served the town as a police officer and as an assistant veterans officer. Larry will be missed. Larry volunteered his services as a town hall ambassador, greeting people at the front door for many years. So Larry will be missed. I also want to deliver the sad news that I was notified yesterday that Fate Jean, a 3-term select board member, I actually took her seat on the board. She had passed away yesterday, and there'll be a memorial service in the spring. So we'll add her name to the plaque up back. Steve was instrumental in getting, so thank you. We're already very sad. We're putting a 3rd name on there. Participated in a finance meeting with Patrick Sullivan, Superintendent Tom Miller, who's the Assistant Superintendent for Budget, Sean Strobel, and Meg, to review the school's FY26 proposed budgets and financial challenges. Hosted my monthly department head meeting at the library to discuss a number of issues, including upcoming special district election regarding South Shore Regional Vocational Technical School that took place on Saturday. The dates for the annual and special town meeting, the joint advisory board meeting, opening, closing of the warrants, and the FY26 budget and state of the town. And actually, today's the deadline at 7 o'clock. The warrant will close for the annual town meeting. Participate in the opioid fund meeting to discuss the following topics: final grant application, final grant funding levels, timeline and deadline to submit applications, mental health clinician funding, total dollar amount to be spent on the first round, and date for the next meeting, which will be February 11, 2025. Did roll out my FY26 budget at a special select board meeting on January 21st, 2025. Weekly meeting with the DPW regarding the Escada project, ARPA project, mass payment, and Ferguson Waterworks contracts. Participated in a demonstration at the police station on security barriers by Meridian that can easily be moved around. They weigh about 750 pounds. This equipment could add a whole new level of protection. Hosted a meeting with the school, Sean and Meg, on the FY26 school budget to talk about the impact that South Shore Regional Technical Vocational School cost, including their capital costs for their new building, which would be looking at a debt exclusion and covering the cost of the per pupil cost that will go now over to South Shore Regional, as well as some other topics. Hosted a meeting with Craig Jameson in the library regarding an issue with the Workout Club, which got brought up by Train for Life regarding loud music. A solution was worked out, and time will tell if it is effective. Participated in the Mass Municipal Convention in Boston. Heard from the governor and lieutenant governor on budget and funding for local aid. For Marshfield, we're being funded in the governor's budget $19,321,167, or the Chapter 70 and school-related fundings $15,960,781, and $3,360,386 on general government side. Also, there were topics on wellness activities, electric vehicle grants for for infrastructure, fiscal outlook, municipal law review, managing behavioral challenges in the workplace and public meetings, legal matters, labor law, Meyer updates, and I thought Mr. Kelly would find this interesting because when I made my presentation, he did ask about comparisons, and Meyer, we don't get our insurance from Meyer, so I want to put everyone at ease. It's an employee in the town. But Meyer's health insurance is going up in FY26, 14.6%. We also talked about federal grant funding, general business meeting, and managers meeting. I do want to read a statement. I've been working on this with police and with town council regarding transfer station. I know a number of people have known about it. So during the weekend of December 21st, 2024, the Department of Public Works transfer station at Clay Pit Road was broken into and cash and checks were stolen. The checks were from residents and commercial companies that utilized the transfer station. This case is currently under criminal investigation by the Marshfield Police Department. Transfer station falls under a separately elected board, the Board of Public Works, who oversees the Department of Public Works. Anyone having any information about this case is encouraged to contact the Marshfield Police Department at 781-834-6655. I also want to read a statement regarding the Rhino Path investigation. I've been involved in this with the ZBA and with Town Council. As folks may remember, update on the Bridle Path project and the Board of Public Works report was submitted to Zoning Board of Appeals. There was a special town meeting, 800 voters attended. The Board of Public Works asked the Zoning Board of Appeals to keep the public hearing open until their report was finished, which they had agreed to do. It's undeniable that persons behind the citizens' petition then took information from the Board of Public Works and used it to spread on social media, which brought the 800 people to town meeting. People were angry. They were very concerned about the Ferry and Church Street wells. The Zoning Board of Appeals, 3 experts, including 2 experts that traditionally work for the Board of Public Works on water supply protection issues, Patrick Brennan and Ed Eisner, completely refuted the results of the Board of Public Works report and explained that the report that cost the town $120,000 was based on unreliable assumptions and ignored the impact of existing development closer to the wells and instead targeted the 40B. Even though the project was being evaluated by independent water experts employed by the Zoning Board of Public Works, expended the $120,000 and obtained a report that was useless and debunked. Efforts by the Zoning Board to understand the extent to which the Board of Public Works report omitted essential information, targeted the project, and opposed the 40B project have been openly opposed and delayed by the Board of Public Works and its staff since August of 2024. I believe that an investigation is warranted into what happened and who was behind it and why the town wasted the $120,000 and why there has been a delay in completing this study. So I'd recommend to the board that at our next meeting in February that we put this on for a board discussion. And that is the conclusion of my report.
Thank you. So this evening, there will be no executive session. There are also no names on our list for our public comments. We have 3 appointments this evening. We have an appointment for 6:35, which is in regards to an alcohol license. We have an appointment at 6:40 for the fiscal year 26 budget presentation by Michael Moresco, our town administrator, and that's on behalf of the advisory board. So you're here this evening to do that. And then we also have, I am proud to say, we have Senator O'Connor and the new Representative Sweezy here this evening. I'm very pleased to see you here. We look forward to hearing what you have to say. So the action items this evening, we have one's a long one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Number 6 is withdrawn, and that was an item that was part of the school department. And we have item number 11, which no longer requires action. So that's where we stand. So in light of the time at 6:47. We're a little bit behind schedule, but I'd like to read into the schedule the public hearing notice, and we will start with our first appointment. How's that sound? Sound good?
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Yeah, that's actually kind of funny. I don't know why. Sorry, I shut this off.
And Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I may, I know that State Senator and one of our state reps is here, and their time is important. I'm happy to delay my presentation so that they could go before me.
Okay, sounds good. If I could figure out how to use this phone, because it's doing weird things. Just a second. I'll go put it in the back office if I have to. So let's just start with our first action item, and then we'll switch to them and be on our way. Second, we're getting it. This is a Town of Marshfield notice of public hearing. Notice is hereby given under Chapter 138 of the
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
I want to put my phone in the office, too. Let's start again. Town of Marshfield notice of public hearing. Notice is hereby given under Chapter 138 of the Massachusetts General Laws as amended that there will be a public hearing on Monday, January 27th, 2025 at 6:35 PM in the Select Board Chamber at Marshfield Town Hall, 870 Moraine Street, Marshfield 02050, on the application for an annual all-alcohol restaurant license for Easy and Bravo, Inc., DBA Don Bravo, Mexican Grill, Maria Bravo Manager, premises located at 57 Snow Road, number 30, Marshfield, Massachusetts, 02050. And of course, Marshfield Licensing Authority is the Select Board. Lenny Fiddler, Chair, Stephen R. Darcy, Eric S. Kelly. So do we have hi, welcome.
Hello.
Please, why don't you come up here? It's a little bit more comfortable. You can spread out. Welcome.
How are you? Thank you for having me this evening. My name is Erin Nally. I'm here. Oh, thanks. You never know.
I'm going to just, no, I appreciate that, Erin. So let me just get through a little bit of this, and then I'm going to ask you for a few
Sure.
questions, okay? So this is a new license, and we have quite a bit of information that has been provided to us. So. The organization on the billing information, Starboard Legal, and you can correct me, 19 Assinippie Ave, Norwell. Okay, and that's your legal. Entity's license name, as I read into the record, EZ and Bravo Inc., Don Bravo Mexican Grill, 57 Snow Road. This is a new license. So there's quite a bit of paper here. And Erin, you're the attorney on this paperwork. So we have Maria Bravo with 40% ownership, Esquel Sandoval Aruques, pretty good. 30% ownership, Michael DeBona, 10% ownership, Jorge Eduardo Mancilas, and 10% ownership in Roberto Bautista. That's the 2 years of Marshfield High Spanish. Okay, so before we go any further than that, I just want to bring it to your attention so it can be resolved quickly. So there was a tampering violation in 2009. Why don't we start there, and then we'll keep going through this packet.
Sure. So this was at a different location. It wasn't. It's a separate location. Part of one of the owners, Ezekiel Sandoval, was involved. It was a transition of ownership at at a restaurant that he currently owns. And I believe there was an affidavit in there.
Yes, I saw that later on. Okay.
Yep. And it was quickly resolved right away. I believe it was mostly a misunderstanding among transitions. It was resolved right away, and they have not had any issues ever
Okay.
since.
So currently, Maria has a restaurant in Marshfield
Yes,
and a restaurant in Pembroke, the same?
yes, yep,
And Michael DeBona has a restaurant in combination in Pembroke.
correct.
Okay.
And the Marshfield is Don Bravo.
Is Don Brown,
Yes.
yes, thank you. And as you referenced, the affidavit that is in our packet here, and it is described as there was an 18-day suspension, and this was over 10 years ago. So there's statements, there's an entity vote, there's a business entity summary provided by the Secretary of Commonwealth, there's query forms, consent to release information, and Maria, I believe, this is her passport and license and all sorts of things. So I don't think there was any other specific things that caught my eye when I looked at this the two prior times. Just a second. You've also provided an assignment and amendment of the lease, and the effective date was made on September 1st, 2022 with Brixmore. And the lease agreement was dated, and the expiration date on this lease?
I believe it's a 5-year with options to renew.
I'm going to keep going, but can you confirm that? Because I don't see it in the,
I believe a copy of the entire lease was in the application.
okay. Affidavit of publication is here as well. So I am going to continue here. You can just confirm that before we take a vote, okay? I have no questions other than the ones I just brought to your attention.
Okay.
Steve?
Yeah, anything to free the poor owners from margaritas, I think is the
I know.
victory.
Let's see.
Eric, anything you'd like to add?
No, I just wish them all well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's see here.
I'm going to keep looking at this lease, and then maybe I'll see it quicker. I didn't see it.
I'm sorry, I don't have the lease
All right.
on hand.
I just want to make
I
sure.
know it's multi-year with,
Yeah, I just
a
want to make
few
sure
options
it's
to renew.
active. And I'm sure it is, but
oh, yeah. Wait, here we go. So the initial term is 5 years,
thank you.
and there are 3 additional 5-year options to renew.
3 5-year options.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, with that being said, and with no further questions, would anybody from the public like to speak on behalf of this applicant? Or opposed to this applicant? Seeing none, I'm going to ask for a A second. The board moves to approve an all-alcohol restaurant license for Easy and Bravo Inc., DBA Don Bravo Mexican Grill, Maria Bravo, manager. The premise located at 57 Snow Road, number 30, Marshfield, Mass. 02050. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to approve the all-alcohol license for Easy and Bravo Inc., DBA Don Bravo Mexican Grill.
Excellent. Thank you so much for being
Thank you
here.
so much. We really appreciate it.
Have a
Hope to
nice
see you there.
evening. Yeah, look
Thank you.
forward to it. Okay, so we are going to welcome our general updates from our Marshfield Legislative Delegation. And I introduced them earlier, but I'd like you to reintroduce yourself and welcome. We're thrilled to have you here and learn a little bit more about what you've been working on.
Well, good evening, everybody. First off, thank you, Mr. Moresco, for allowing us to be taken out of order. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I'm joined with Ken Sweezy, who's the newly elected state representative for a portion of Marshfield, so it's glad to bring him on board. The seat had been vacant for quite a period of time after former Representative Cutler joined the Healy administration, so it's great to have another colleague up there to continue to fight for our communities. And one of the things that we typically try to do every year or so is go to our communities, let them know sort of where we're at in the legislative process, talk about the state budget, talk about how directly the state budget impacts their community, and really go over any questions you may have. And with a lot of things right now coming down from Beacon Hill that directly are impacting Marshfield, we appreciated your invitation, Chair Fidler, to come here and to speak, and we kind of wanted to encompass everything that's going on. It's a really good time to have this presentation, to be honest, actually, because the governor's budget just came out. We're entering a brand new legislative session, and there's a lot of things going on at the state level. So with that, I'd kick it over to Representative Sweezy, and then we have a PowerPoint that we'll go through and take any questions and just have a general dialogue of anything that you'd like to talk about.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, great. Thank you guys as well. Thank you for having us. I'm excited to be here. This is my first one of 5. So for those that don't know, I'd just like to clarify, since redistricting just occurred a couple cycles ago, so as of 2022, Marshfield is now split between 2 state rep seats, the majority of which is still with Rep. Kearney, and the 6 Plymouth picked up Precinct 4 and 2A, which basically runs from here all the way up 139 and then Union Street to the North River. So it's a kind of a long, skinny L-shaped part of town, farthest from the water. I still go to the beaches, but it's just not my area. So, but yeah, so that's where I represent. I always think of it as a positive thing. Marshfield now has 3 total legislators, 2 in the House, just more eyes on things and more advocates for you up on Beacon Hill. Well, we do have a lot going on, so we'll just dig right in. It's been a busy month. I got sworn in about 25 days ago, but there's been plenty to do, as the senator has alluded to. So we'll kind of just jump throughout. But thank you.
Sure. To kick it off, this is sort of what we'll be going through, just talking about the new general court that was just established, the budget that we're currently in, next year's budget, as well as some highlights, legislation of interest, and then we get into constituent services at the end. So the newly sworn-in general court, we were sworn in on New Year's Day. New Year's Eve was not as fun as it usually is in any of our households. To date, right now, 6,800 bills have been filed. So right after we got sworn in, we had a 2-week window in order to file bills. So in that 2-week window, the 200 members of the legislature filed 6,800 bills, all types of subject matter, all types of various interests, and hopefully we'll be able to pass quite a few of those bills this year to continue to move the state forward. Committee assignments are going to be determined in the next week or so. Those are assigned directly from the Speaker of the House and from the Senate President. The governor filed her budget on Wednesday, on the 22nd. She also gave her State of the State address. The House will debate and pass their own budget in April. And so the way that this works, very Cliff Note version, the governor files her budget. That's basically used as a baseline. The House then creates their own budget, debates it, goes through the amendment process, files it, passes it. The Senate will do the exact same thing, and then a conference committee is formed to take all 3 of the budgets and take hopefully the best of all 3 of the different budgets and put them into place to get one final budget for the state. I've been proud to work on the consolidation project to be one of the 6 members of the conference committee the past 5 budget cycles, which has given me a good glimpse inside the budget, but has also allowed us to advocate for a lot of the needs here on the South Shore. So the budget that we're currently in right now, fiscal year 25, was a $58 billion budget. It incorporates $41.5 billion of tax revenue, and there's a little echo on that, so I'm trying to push that away. So it incorporates $41.5 billion in tax revenue forecast. That's what the state will collect from the various means in which they collect taxes, primarily through income. And the delta right there, the 16.5 billion is made up of federal funds. And the majority of those federal funds are used directly for healthcare, which makes up 36% of the state budget. The stabilization fund, our reserves are at $8.96 billion. Just for comparison, when I joined the legislature 8 years ago, this was teetering around $1 billion. So we've done a good job in being able to squirrel away reserves. And this also includes 3 years ago when we were able to return billions of dollars to taxpayers in excess contributions under former Governor Baker. $6.9 billion is being funded right now through Chapter 70, which is an increase of $319 million over the previous fiscal year. And it upped per pupil expenditures from $30 to $104. That really matters to us here on the South Shore. We're minimum aid districts, which means that the only way we're going to see increases in the amount of money the state's giving to us in Chapter 70 is going to be through the increase in per pupil expenditures. This has been something that I've been pushing for years. I'm glad that we did it. We need to do more. Our school districts and our communities are really struggling to fund public education right now, being capped at 2.5% plus new growth. It just doesn't make up the delta anymore that it used to. And school districts are really facing tough choices. $20 million in early literacy initiatives. This was one of the governor's first initiatives that she put forward and that she wanted to fund. This comes off of national report cards showing Massachusetts failing in literacy. $1.3 billion in funding for UGA, which is an increase of $38 million from the previous fiscal year, as well as $113 million to our local housing authorities. That's this year's budget that we're currently in, and right now, off the $58 billion that we had earmarked as far as what we could build our budget upon, right now we're running at $159 million surplus. We actually had a very good mid-month in January. We're about up $200 million in January, but those fluctuate day by day depending on when withholdings come in and when tax returns come back. The big month we're all going to have to wait for is April. And if we do well in April, then I think that it gives us a good footing to enter into the next fiscal year. If we don't do good, which has been really a luck of the draw over the previous 8 years since I've been in office, then we definitely tighten the belt a lot more. $62 billion proposed budget that the governor released on Wednesday. This incorporates a tax forecast of $43.6 billion, and the stabilization would be slightly decreased, but it still holds at $8.33 billion. $7.3 billion in Chapter 70 funding, which is a $420 million increase over the previous fiscal year. Her initial budget goes down from $104 to $75 per pupil. We hope to increase that in the legislature. But the special ed circuit breaker is fully funded at $682 million, which is up tremendously from the previous fiscal year that we're currently dealing with that deficit right now in a supplemental. And it increases the early education $5 million from the $20 million that we have right now. UGR increases $28 million, and the housing authority is increased by $2.5 million from the previous fiscal year to $115. And I'm sorry that I'm doing all the talking. It's just with Representative Sweezy being new to the legislature, we kind of thought that would be the appropriate way.
That's why I said the 25 days thing at the beginning.
Yeah.
So.
So when you incorporate everything that's in Marshfield's budget, and I know that Town Administrator Moresco had mentioned the $19 million number, if you go to the Comptroller's see-through website, you can actually look at all of the direct deposits that have been made from the state to the town of Marshfield, and you can deduct some of the things like local meals taxes and things like that. The last fiscal year was actually fiscal year 24 that we have officially certified, and the state contributed $26.65 million to the town of Marshfield for their operations. So when I prefaced that number to kind of show you this, but then go into how you make up the $26 million. So in Chapter 70 this year, in House 1, it's $15.8 million. In unrestricted general governmental aid, it's $2.7. we typically see throughout all the communities that I represent, and I'm sure that the same with Representative Sweezy, that this is sort of the norm. It's all based on how many children in your school system multiplied by whatever that per pupil amount is. And then the unrestricted general governmental aid is pretty much across the board. It will go up anywhere between 2.5% and 3%. Nothing has changed since I've been in there. We've offered multiple times to change the Chapter 70 funding formula to actually catch up and equate for what it costs to actually run a school district in 2025, and we have not been successful in our efforts in doing that. We've also tried to increase UGA quite substantially to give communities more ability to do more with the state money rather than have it be stuck in a grant program or be competitive or be directed only towards certain communities. What we wanted to do was give more ability for communities to use unrestricted money on whatever they thought that they needed to fill the holes with that year. And we'll still continue fighting for that. But all in all, $26 million is a very good investment compared to some of the other communities based on the delta of what it costs to run Marshfield compared to what you're getting. And again, as I said, a 2.35% increase in Chapter 70, and then when you have UGR, a 3% increase there, which is pretty standard across all the communities I represent. So in addition to that, and this is just some of the additional items that the state funds, because I feel like Chapter 70 and UGR are the only ones that ever get really noticed and publicized. But we do give $675,000 to Marshfield for the free school meals program. $740 million has been distributed this year for Chapter 90, which is the roadway maintenance, so sidewalks, road repairs, things like that. The state contributes $750,000 to Marshfield to help with that. Circuit breaker, which is the cost of educating children who are out of school placement with learning disabilities. The state contributes $2 million for that. That's 75% of what the cost is. The only problem with this is it typically runs a year behind, and so we need a better system to actually account for real-time expenditures rather than catching up in a year. And I filed an amendment actually to this year's budget to change circuit breaker from 75% to 100% over 5 years at a 5% increase every single year. I do believe that the conversation needs to start happening right now about out-of-school district placements and the state playing more of a role in this. The expenses for out-of-school district placements are going through the roof, and I feel like there are very tough decisions being made at the local level, and I do think that the state would have a better grip and handle on this if they fully funded this and assisted a lot in the decision-making that's going on right now in local school districts. I've seen it rip apart people in communities that have loved their community, and they just disagree with an issue on their child's education. And it's really sad to see, friendships, relationships go by the wayside over really difficult decisions being made at the school committee level. Special ed transportation, which was part of the Student Opportunity Act, that was $385,747, and then library aid, $57,000. There's other things like the Community Preservation Committee, the state still contributes supports to that, grant money, so on and so forth. So outside of that realm and basically things that are already prescribed in the state budget to Marshfield, we've done a really good job in trying to secure as much funding as we can through the budget process. A lot of people have given the word earmark a bad name, so we always like to say that these are local priorities. But in general, these are earmarks that we filed as budget amendments that we were able to secure and get in the final version of the budget. So this was last general court. We got $700,000 for the Talking Information Center. We got $400,000 for the Seaport Economic Council for Green Harbor dredging, $337,000 through the Seaport Economic Council for the the Green Harbor Town Pier Infrastructure Improvements, Coastal Resiliency Enhancements, Seaport Economic Council, again, Marshfield and Scituate Permitting and Engineering, and the design of the North-South River dredging, $100,000 for JPH Ferry Hill, which actually was just announced today that they're also receiving a nonprofit security grant of over $50,000. So I'm glad to support especially social service organizations that are helping out in the community. $25,000 for the Daniel Webster Estate, $25,000 for the Winslow House, $25,000 for Magical Moon Farm, $10,000 for Peter Igo Park, and then $10,000 for Grad Night Live. That's just in Marshfield, just in the last 2 budgets that we've been able to work and appropriate. So then here are some of the highlights from the last session. The biggest highlight, in my opinion, was the tax relief that we were able to give to Massachusetts residents. This was not as comprehensive as I hoped that it would be, and I still think that Massachusetts is a long way to go to becoming more competitive amongst the 50 states, but this is definitely a start. One of the biggest things we did was a tax credit for dependent children, a disabled adult, or a senior. That tax credit increased from $180 to $440, and I know it's not earth-shattering, it's not the end of the world, but it's something to help caregivers, and this is now the most generous universal child credit and dependent tax credit in the entire country, and it will benefit more than 565,000 families in the state. It also doubles the senior circuit breaker from $1,200 to $2,400, and this increase will make it easier for about 100,000 seniors who struggle with high housing costs to stay in their homes. It reduces the short-term capital gains from 12% to 8.5%, and although that is improvement, it still puts us as one of the worst in the country when it comes to short-term capital gains tax. A lot of states don't even have it. And then it reduces the estate tax for all taxpayers and eliminates the tax for estates under $2 million. That moved us from 50th in the country to 47th in the country when it comes to our estate tax. With housing prices going the way that they are and estates continuing to grow for middle-class individuals, there's still work we're going to have to do on the estate tax in Massachusetts, in my opinion, to again make us more competitive. In the district, there's a lot of individuals who have estates that are worth more than $2 million. And over the past 8 years, I've seen a lot of them leave for New Hampshire or Florida. And some of them still keep their home here and live here for 5 months, 4 months out of the year, but their primary residence is out of state in order to protect their estate. And we have to realize that that's a reality. The long-term care and assisted living bill, which limits Mass Health's ability for estate recovery. And it puts it to the minimum required by federal law and removes estate recovery for residents receiving assistance under the Commonwealth and PCA service system. It also requires Mass Health to study the cost and feasibility of changes to eligibility requirements for Medicaid long-term care services with the goal of reducing the time applicants spent waiting discharge. I know that I'm just reading from that, but essentially what this does is we've seen a lot of families struggle when they have a loved one that is struggling with their health, and when they're also receiving assistance from the state. And one of the things that we wanted to do was stop the clawing back of Mass Health when these people have growing medical bills, that we do not want to see that become the norm in which happens with private healthcare in the private and the federal sector. So what we did was we aligned ourselves to try to make that a much more equitable bill. It's comprehensive. It's a little bit more difficult to explain than that. And also tries to limit the wait time on individuals that are waiting for Medicaid. The HERO Act, which we came down to Marshfield and presented in front of about 100 veterans or so, updates our veterans laws. We try and do this once every session. We're right now in competition with Virginia every single year when they have a national report card of who has the most generous comprehensive veteran benefits. And what this bill does, and it does lot of little things, what our new Secretary of Veteran Services, John Santiago, went out and called all 49 other states and his companion in all of those other states and asked, what are you doing that we're not doing? And he looked at a lot of these things, like making sure that we can get free license plates for people who are veterans. Before, veterans would have to pay a certain fee to get the veteran plate. Working to make sure that there are tax incentives given to businesses that hire individuals who are veterans who may have a disability. We also worked with certain instances on mental health care, spouses when it comes to spousal support that they get, and it also doubled the benefit that veterans got for their annuity. So 100% disabled veterans in the state of Massachusetts would get more money. So now, one of the things that we wanted to both talk about was obviously the MBTA Communities Act. We see this and what has happened here in Marshfield. It's also happening in Duxbury, where of the 8 communities represent, 2 have not passed something into the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities to come into compliance. And so just to give a background on how all of this came to be, the MBTA Communities Bill was part of a 101-page, $626 million COVID relief bill that passed literally on the very last day of the session in January 2021. and the vote was taken with the simple presentation of a vote yes or no. And once that vote took place, before I get into the other ones, Mass Municipal Association as well as legislators, including myself, urged Governor Baker to veto that section of the bill. Governor Baker, in news reports of the Boston Globe, said he believed that he had the flexibility to really make it a lot easier to comply and that he was going to sign it, and he did. Included in that COVID relief bill, the $626 million was money for the Massachusetts Growth and Capital Corporation. And during COVID, this was the main outlet that small businesses who were struggling due to COVID closures could access. Of the money that we were distributed, $1.3 million went to Marshfield businesses, and the South Shore received $12.41 million as part of this. So one of the things that I wanted to highlight by putting this slide in there is that in both the times that the MBTA communities has been taken up in the legislature, it's been tucked into a very comprehensive bill. This one, $626 million. The next one, through the Economic Development Bill, was billions of dollars that were allocated in that bill. And these are real dollars for our communities. These are real dollars for businesses in this one that were struggling during COVID to keep their doors open, talking to businesses who were literally putting their rent on credit cards, waiting for the state to come through for these funds. So these aren't easy decisions that we make, and if these were standalone bills, then it would be a lot more easier to explain, but they're not. They're in comprehensive packages that have real consequences to the district. And if you could look through a crystal ball and realize what came to the MBTA communities, I still don't think that I would vote it against it, considering how much money was going out to help our small businesses. I do not agree with the legislation. I wish that the governor vetoed it, but unfortunately this is where we're at, and this is how it came to be. So I think that you know all of this. The intent was to alleviate the emergency housing crisis that the state has through high-density housing. Requires every MBTA community to have at least one district of reasonable size where multifamily housing is permitted as of right. And I will note too that the one district in a lot of the communities throughout the state that they have chosen are very undesirable areas and areas in which that they believe that no development will ever occur on. And so I actually question the effectiveness of this piece of legislation if communities buy in to this is to basically put a parcel of land that will never be developed as their MBTA community land. And then also, nearly 40 communities that have not yet come into compliance of the 131, I believe it is, that are out there. All impacted communities originally had until the end of last year to comply, and all communities not in compliance have the risk of losing eligibility for certain state funding opportunities, and that list continues to grow. Everything that the state's going to do now, when they pass funding measures, are going to say that you have to be in compliance with the MBTA communities. This is the hardline approach that Governor Healy has taken. I disagree with this approach, but this is how things are going to be moving forward. They're going to strap everything to this. Most recently, you saw the Department of Fire Services grant program take away money from Marshfield and Duxbury. We were able to reach out to the governor and get them to reverse this decision. But in conversations that the administration directly had with the fire chief, Chief Reardon in Duxbury, they are not pulling punches. They have basically said that if they continue to not be in compliance, the next grant that's up for the fire department is the SAFE grant, which is the grant money that we use to pay firefighters to educate children about carbon monoxide and fire services and fire detectors and things like that. That money is on the table to be taken away as well. The Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities was charged with promulgating final regulations. The regulations were changed twice since the initial regulations were published. I have personally written 3 letters to the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, one on an appeal process, one on an extension of a year for communities to come into compliance, and the last one was actually adopted. It was using mixed use. When the MBTA communities regulations first came out, mixed use was actually excluded, and being the former city council president in Weymouth, we worked a lot amongst our commuter rail stations to build mixed use development there. And at that point in time, in the first regs that came out, mixed use was not going to be able to be eligible to be counted towards your MBTA community lot. On January 8th, the Supreme Judicial Court ruled that the Attorney General has the power to enforce the MBTA Communities Act, but the existing regulations cannot be enforced because the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities made mistakes when they issued them. The SJC ruling requires now that the Healy administration promulgate new regulations, and put in place emergency regulations, which are in place as placeholders. The new regulations have a comment period that opens January 31st, 2025, and extends until February 21st, 2025. I would highly recommend to the town of Marshfield, every resident who has had opposition to the MBTA communities law to write in to the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities. We will get that information out on our social media. We will get it to you as far as how to do this once this comment period opens up. And really, in my opinion, the best way that we have to go after this is say that adjacent communities that don't have MBTA infrastructure inside of their community should be exempt from the law. I think that's the most sensible argument that we have moving forward with the MBTA communities law. And then current emergency regulations change the compliance date to July 14th. However, a letter that we received today is giving very mixed messages as far as when the administration is going to enforce the new grant withholding phase of these emergency regulations. I don't have a clear picture on that right now, but if the comment period's open until February 21st, I would at least hope that it would be past the period of time that, at least past that period of time. But I did think that I did read that it would be, if you don't submit it by February 13th, then you're considered out of compliance, even though the comment period for the new regulations would still be ongoing. So I think there's a lot of things that aren't right with what's going on right now in the MBTA Communities Act. Legislative efforts. In addition to writing letters, we filed bills. Representative Sweezy will get into his allotment of bills, and I basically have the same exact allotment. We partnered up on that. But in addition to the letters that we wrote, we filed amendments last year to the multiple different bills to try and change the MBTA communities. This included advocating and eventually securing mixed use, and then requesting an extension of 1 year for compliance for the deadline of towns. We thought that was the easiest one that they could have done, was just say, all right, yeah, we still have almost 40 communities that aren't in compliance. Let's work with the 90 or so that are in compliance, and let's continue to be a partner rather than, in my opinion, a very aggressive and adversarial role that the state is playing right now with communities. And then I will kick it over to Representative Sweezy. I believe that 3 of these are ones that he filed. I know that they're the Senate dockets, but this is our comprehensive legislative response this session to the MBTA communities.
Yep, so you'll notice at least 2 that basically directly overlap on legislation that we worked on, coordinated together. Again, as the Senator mentioned, my House docket numbers are actually later in the slide, so you can see them as well. So that when that comment period opens, as well as when we do get assigned public hearings, again, we can't stress enough, we're going to need as many people as possible, and we will pass along that information about making sure that the community and our towns do participate. Like the Senator, we both share Marshfield and Duxbury that have rejected it. I have 2 additional towns, so 4 out of my 5 communities have rejected it. So anybody listening, I certainly encourage to participate in the public comment as well as the public hearing process, which we've already put some information online about on social media. So again, my House docket numbers are a little bit different, but the 2 that basically overlap, and what I think in an ideal situation is we did file for an absolute repeal of 3A to basically eliminate for everybody the conditions of the MBTA Community Act. I think that goes along with, because there's so much outstanding legislation, the issues that have been caused, the lack of clarity, as the Senator got into with guidelines and everything and dates. The town meeting votes were all pretty overwhelming in all 4 of my communities, and most of them across I think the last time I counted was 34 total communities that have rejected it. None of the votes have typically been super close. So I think that's much of a mandate in saying that, a lot of people are very unhappy about this. That's a pretty high percentage of the whole lot of communities that were subject to this. Second bill as well, as the Senator said, to exempt adjacent communities, towns and small towns. If you don't have ferry, bus, rail, or subway, you will be, and the language that I had actually didn't even include bus. So ferry, rail, or subway, if you don't have a station, you would be exempt. So I think with the spirit of the law, the way it was designed under Governor Baker it was supposed to be transit focused. They were trying to make this so that these density zones were around transit, and obviously, as you guys know, in Marshfield's case specifically, the zone was 6-8 miles from the closest transit stop. So I think that with the actual spirit of the law in mind, it just makes a lot of sense that adjacent communities need to be exempt, because it doesn't really fit the mold of what the law was originally intended for if we're going to play by their rules there. My last one that I submitted, and this one I think we took a slightly different approaches for, but to go after the specific regulations and really just, this is meant to be as collaborative as possible and just work with housing and livable communities. And for mine, that's what I'm most hopeful for. And I think similar to the way that the amendments the senator talked about from last session to extend the guidelines, we submitted one bill that had two parts. One is to not put any compliance deadlines before December 31st of 2028. There's a lot of pending litigation going on. I work closely with the representatives out of multiple municipalities, including Milton. There were three main points in that court case. The SJC really only addressed one. I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be further litigation there, as well as some class action lawsuits that have been ongoing from citizens across the Commonwealth in the eastern part. I know there's people that in communities that are named on that and being led from some North Shore communities, either Rockport or Gloucester. I think those court cases are coming out of. So one, we want to push these deadlines out, like I said, with plenty of time for court cases and that to get worked out. The second part of that is to reel in the regulations, the stick, if you will, that the state has been using, as the senator again alluded to, in the language they used in those letters to the fire chiefs that explicitly said, hey, you technically are compliant until that February 13th date. There was a sentence that literally said all future discretionary funding will take MBTA compliance. All future discretionary funding, which I think is probably the biggest threat in this whole process to the financial well-being of our towns, and as I said, Marshfield and my three other communities that are affected as well. So what I've done is the second part of that one bill not only pushed the guideline dates out, but reeled it in to say that no discretionary funding that is not explicitly listed in the law from 2022 may take compliance into consideration. I think the HLC is going a little bit beyond its bounds, and the administration is being too adversarial and too aggressive on its, stick approach rather than trying to have a carrot approach to encourage communities to want to do this. So that was sort of the three ways we've taken at it. All three bills, and I think it's the same for the senator's bills as well, already have bipartisan support. I'm hoping to have over 50% of the reps that are negatively affected by non-compliant communities to sign on. We're already almost at a dozen, I think, on a couple of them. And this was easy to do. Some Democrat reps as well from other parts of the state have filed similar legislation. I think I read today that there is 11 reps or senators that have submitted 23 bills between the House and the Senate to address this part. So there's a lot out there. I encourage people to, again, participate in these public hearings and in the comment period. I really think that's going to be important as we sort of guide this along. So that's sort of the bulk of what I have as far as actual filings on MBTA.
And the only one in addition that we put forward, so we filed what Representative Sweezy did over in the Senate, and then in addition to that, we created an appeals process for communities. I just think that not having an appeals process in general for a program of this magnitude is inappropriate, and that there needs to be a voice that the towns can have directly to the state level rather than just continuous to receive non-compliance letters and threats of being, withheld more grant funding. Outside of MBTA communities, I filed, I think it was 138 bills this session. Some of them that I thought would be of interest here, one of which we talked about with Select Board Member Kelly, which is a commission to start starter homes, to study starter homes. I actually worked a little bit with Habitat for Humanity on this. I think Habitat for Humanity has the best model of being able to create a starter home, keep the starter home at a certain price range that obviously can appreciate as the person has the asset, but it will just continuously cycle from family to family to family and be more affordable and have people be able to live in the communities here on the South Shore. So we really want to take a look at that and try and see what we can do. Education funding, as I said before, I think that this is a massive issue that's coming down the pipeline. MBTA communities is getting a lot of attention. The migrant crisis obviously getting a lot of attention. When you look out 3-4 years from now, I think that the biggest issue that we're going to be facing is that Chapter 70 no longer reflects the investment that the state needs to make into our municipalities. We're slowly seeing it here on the South Shore. Hingham has already had an override because they had trouble funding their public education system. You have proposals that have been put together in Duxbury. You have proposals that are being discussed in Cohasset, and across the state, you're starting to see overrides pop up. And the reason is because inflation has hit a point that we are having a much more difficult time inside of our municipalities funding public education. And the current Chapter 70 formula does not account enough for that inflation. But in addition to that, collective bargaining, the way that it is, the limits on the ability to collect property taxes, you see spikes, but they're typically up and down when it comes to new growth. And new growth is typically on the South Shore, residential units, and a lot of the residential units also come with costs associated with them that they have for the town. So we're at an interesting point right now inside of municipal finance where I think we have about 2 years to work on this at the state level to really fix it. And one of the things, as I talked about, to try and take on circuit breaker and have circuit breaker be paid for by the state. Representative Sweezy and I are working on a bill, and we filed it in the budget to lift the cap, the inflation cap. Right now, communities can only get 4.5% of whatever inflation was. They can only account for that inside of their education funding. When inflation's at 8 or 9%, and you're leaving potentially 4.5% inflation on the table that you can't get and can't equate for, something has to be done. One of the ways in which I had proposed to fix this was to create an inflation pool, where years in which inflation was high and above the 4.5%, you could actually pool that inflation, and then when inflation's low, you could offset it during those years to not disrupt the budget that much, but to actually equate for real-world expenditures that these communities are experiencing. And I do think that at some point in time, I thought that last year upping it from $25 a kid to $104 per pupil made a lot of sense, but we need to build a pretty large bridge to get from where we are right now to where we need to get to be in order to fully and adequately address education funding, or it's just going to continue to eat away at our municipal budgets without proper state support. And we're going to come to a point in time where we have overrides throughout the entire Commonwealth, and it's the communities who vote the overrides in favor and those communities that vote against the overrides. And you're going to have and have-not communities when it comes to education funding, similar to what we had in the 1980s that led to the lawsuit that Brockton filed against the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that led to education reform. It's happening all over again, and we need to get in front of this. Student financial literacy, this has been something I've been working on for 8 years. During this period of time, we mandated genocide education in schools and civics education in schools. My hope, the next thing we mandate in our schools is financial literacy. There's a lot of really cool programming that's associated with this. We've been working directly with a founder out in Silicon Valley, Tim Ranzanetta, who has created Next Gen Personal Finance. It's a free program. It's all based on his desire to see all 50 states have financial literacy. And we've had some successes with this. We secured over $100,000 to have a program at Bridgewater State University where we trained educators from across the state on financial literacy with the agreement that they would incorporate in their curriculum. But now it's really time that we passed a bill to mandate financial literacy. And I'm proud to have Republican and Democrat co-sponsors of this, but also been working with Treasurer Goldberg directly on trying to get this across the finish line the past 3 years. And then just some other ones very briefly. I also have an act improving pediatric cancer research. This is very near and dear to me, and I know many here on the South Shore. For far too often, our private ways in which pharma funds research for pediatric cancer is woefully inadequate to what we need. Pediatric cancer is incredibly rare, and so you don't see the investment made from big pharma companies that are relying on bottom lines and stockholders to actually put the resources into investigating therapies and treatments and cures for pediatric cancer. This would address the glaring inequity and work with the other states that have agreed to do this and creating a pool that would be overseen by some of the top experts in the entire state when it comes to pediatric cancer, from nonprofit organizations to doctors to business folks and economists. We have a whole group of people who are ready to go, and this would put the state on a path to start making contributions to a fund and then states would talk with each other and use these funds to pay for nonprofits or states or universities to research pediatric cancer. And this has actually been done once before in Braintree, Massachusetts. Pat Lacey was able to do this for his son, and they had a lot of fundraisers, and through the years, his son who had neuroblastoma, they were able to create therapies for his child that at one point in time doctors told them to take his child and go home. He refused that as an answer and created his own nonprofit pharmaceutical company, raised the money needed to fund clinical trials and treatments, hired people from across the country that were the forefront experts on this subject matter, and they have been able to develop certain therapies for neuroblastoma, and his son is in college right now. So there is the ability for us to do this as a state, and it doesn't take a large amount of effort, a large amount of money. It's the fact that we're just not doing it right now. Right now, pediatric cancer typically is radiation and chemotherapy, which then later, hopefully as the child beats the cancer and gets better, has tremendous negative impacts on their overall general health. And so we need to do more on that. And honestly, private industry needs to do a lot more on that, but it's time, and it's 2025, and this is only getting worse, and we need to be better. Supporting our 4-H programs has been something we've been dealing with for a long time. They actually come up every year. A lot of students from Marshfield who participate in the 4-H program, they want to be considered their absences when they go and do stuff for the 4-H club. They want their absences from school. It's probably about 1 or 2 a year to be considered the same way student athletes, if they needed to leave early to go to a tournament or things like that. There is an excused absence process that the state has that school committees can adopt. 4-H programs just want the same thing. I feel like that's an easy one that we should be able to pass. And then the town of Marshfield wants an additional 6 liquor licenses. I know that one was approved today. So congratulations to the new restaurant in town. We're working on this. This bill got kind of stalled in the House towards the end of session. There was some stuff going back and forth. I know Representative Kearney worked really hard to try to get this across the finish line, but it's our priority to try to impress upon those who make these decisions inside of the Consumer Protection Professional Licensure Committee, CPPL. Once that committee is established, the first call we'll make is to them to make sure that we're looking out for Marshfield. And then Ken got into a lot of his stuff, but I think that he's got a couple more that he wants to hit on.
Yep, absolutely. So we talked about the MBTA stuff already. I actually have filed similar legislation in the House relative to 4-H programs because that was a holdover. The senator was working with former Rep. Cutler on that as well. So I refiled that as well since he vacated the seat. So that will be in both chambers. There was also, as the senator mentioned, attacking the inflation cap of 4.5%. We didn't file exactly a banking solution. We were looking at this pretty early on because this was probably the most universal thing after MBTA zoning that we heard from the actual town officials was problems with the formula. And I was kind of surprised to find we went straight to the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, sort of lack of numbers, lack of their own, I think, ability to produce the numbers, which I was a little disheartened by. I mean, obviously 2 weeks is a short turnaround for bill filing. So we put together a mandatory commission to study what the financial impacts would be to the Commonwealth, to study raising that 4.5%. So I'm really optimistic that everybody's going to at least see the need to have this information to see if this is a worthwhile process going forward. So we're looking at the exact same thing. It's something that would affect all communities, but I think, again, it's something that the state needs to step up and do. As far as local options as well, again, another refile, something that former Rep. Cutler had been looking at, that he really wanted to see move forward. This is something that, certain municipalities may not love on the surface, but it is a local option for towns to increase the exemption for seniors as well on their local property tax. So depending on the financial situation, again, so many people worried about people staying in their homes with the financial situation that we find ourselves in. So there is that one. The only other one that I think controls some local stuff, also a refile, what former Rep. Cutler called the Clean Act, which would put a deposit on nip bottles actually, and not allow towns to further basically regulate or ban them, as some towns have chosen to do. So that's something to kind of look at as far as local option going forward. So, but the bulk, again, was the MBTA focus that's really going to have the impact here in town.
And then the last slide is just our information. You know, we talk about the budget, we talk about legislation, but the crux of our, the main part of our job is constituent services. We have 2 dedicated people in our office that handle constituent cases, large and small. It could be help navigating a small problem you have inside of state government to as big as trying to find somebody a place to sleep that night. So we welcome every single call from any constituent. We're here to help you. It's a great source of pride to be able to offer constituent services, and this district in particular, the South Shore, has always had a strong representation and reputation of making sure that when somebody has a problem, we try our best to figure out a solution to it, and we remain committed to doing that. And then if there's anything on legislation, ideas you have, if you're coming up to the State House and you want to get a tour of the Senate or the House, give us a call, shoot us an email. We're here. We work for you. We represent you, and we're happy to answer any questions at this point in time.
All right. Well, I'd like to just start by saying that was a lot of information, and I applaud you for getting so heavy into it so early in this cycle. There are a few things that stood out from where I stand. Obviously, MBTA Communities Act has really given us a punch in the gut here in Marshfield. And we have been struggling with trying to understand the ramifications in our grant funding. So I just want to get kind of to the crutch of what those bills mean to Marshfield. So from where I stand, I have been in this seat for 2.5, a little going on almost 3. So when we started the legislative process, for example, the liquor bill, what is it, SD 514 now, it changed that was quite a long time ago. So when you say there's an easy, like this is an easy thing or whatever, how do you justify the bills that we're putting forward for the MBTA as actually a good bet for the town of Marshfield? Or a couple of them kind of like not going to really maybe see the light of day. I understand there's bipartisan agreement on them, and I know you're with the Senate, you're new to the House, but we kind of need to know that, I know you have our back, but history has shown that the process is very lengthy. So maybe I think that's probably the crutch of what I'm trying to get at. Can you explain to us what that means to the town of Marshfield in the process of getting things done?
Yeah, I mean, the process is incredibly long. It's one of my biggest complaints about government in general, both the state level and the federal level, is that it takes way too long to get stuff done. I would say that the administration is very dug in on MBTA communities. If our bills, and we'll fight like hell for our bills.
Yeah, I know you will.
So just the process, we file the bills, the committees get assigned, the chairs of those committees get assigned by legislative leadership, then the bills start trickling into these committees. Then the committee has basically like 14 months to set a hearing date. And every single bill, all that 6,800 bills, all of them have to have a public hearing. But they're not prescribed as to when, up until just the last day in which they're eligible to have a public hearing is the only requirement. So it's just get it done by X date sometime in 2026. And we have the ability to try to put pressure on the committee leadership to get these bills heard quicker. Mm-hmm. But these committee chairs, if they took these bills up early and then kicked them out and said, yeah, we're going to kick this out favorably, they would be definitely going up against the administration by doing that.
Right. We know that. So there isn't really, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That's okay.
But there isn't really like this overwhelming feeling that I have, or I think the town of Marshfield, that even though I'm asking, I sent you a letter. I mean, we're going to continue to ask for help. It's just that we need to be realistic in our approach to solving this problem and either getting in compliance or understanding how the grant process is going to affect our bottom line. So
I would say that
we're scared.
Yeah, no, and I get it. The most realistic first step that every person should take is this comment period when the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities is probably getting their new regs.
Yeah.
That is real. If we could get 100, 200, 300 people from Marshfield, then add Duxbury and the other 30 so odd communities to start to really put pressure.
Yeah.
And of those communities, the ones that are in non-compliance, a vast majority of them are these adjacent communities that don't have physical MBTA infrastructure
Yeah.
in their community.
Yeah.
And, really stress for one thing. We can pound our fists and say, you repeal it, which we have a bill to do, but I think that taking a more pragmatic approach and saying, all right, they want this bill, they want this law in place. There's already, compliance amongst a significant amount of communities. How can you shake this law a little bit without actually getting rid of the entire thing for the entire state? And so it's trying to find that middle ground, and I think adjacent communities makes a lot of sense, personally, because it's a lot tougher legal justification as far as why you should comply with an act directly related to state transportation infrastructure when there's none in your community. So that's one of the things I would say is continue to build and grow a coalition of not just people in Marshfield, but people from across these other communities to go up against these regs if that's the choice in which the community wants to take. The second thing, honestly, and I've talked to other communities that have come into compliance with this, there are so many of these maps that literally make no sense. Like no person would go and develop these parcels of property. And again, crystal ball, who knows? It might happen.
Yeah.
Somebody might come around and see that there's money to be made there. I don't know, but there are a lot of communities who have complied by basically putting in phantom maps that will never be developed.
Well, I thought that was kind of our approach, but it didn't make it through
But I
town
mean-
meeting on 2 different occasions, so that rules the day.
But we're going to use every avenue we have, whether the odds are long or the odds are good, to try to make MBTA communities work for all the communities we represent.
And I would just add, I think the importance of that coalition that the senator's talking about, I mean, as soon as the next day after the fire service said they were losing
Yeah,
these grants, I mean, Chief Reardon in Duxbury got picked up by Channel 5 News, his
Yeah, we all
open
saw
letter.
it, yeah.
Right, so I mean, it can't be overstated how important this is.
Yeah.
I really believe everybody being on the same team and on the same page, understanding, to your point, town meeting has been town meeting, and that's the way we have to operate going forward. And I think all being on the same team and rowing the oars in the same direction is going to play a major role. I mean, if it's on the news every single day when we get this second round for this educational fire that they can't afford to go to schools and teach kids how to, be
Yeah.
safe in an emergency, that matters. That matters. And I can't encourage, again, people enough on the comment period. I know both of our offices are going to constantly be giving out information about this. I mean, I'd say at least on my side, it's our number one issue, and it's a top priority for the two of us, all three of us here representing Marshfield. It's, rowing in the same direction, making sure everybody is participating and letting them know what these are doing in a practical, on-the-ground sense, because this isn't just theoretical something about zoning maps. This is having a big negative effect.
Right. So the Seaport grant obviously is something that we hold dear to our heart. So that is something that we're looking at really carefully, and we know it's going to affect us. Just wanted to slide that one in. The other thing I wanted to say is commend you on the efforts for the funding for the schools. It's 50% of our budget going into this next fiscal year. It's a lot of money. And I'm sure if they were here, there would be a lot of questions. So I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind that this presentation be part of our Marshfield tidbits, if that's okay.
Sure.
And then the school department can hear and everybody can hear anyway what you say. But there are a lot of really important points, so I don't want to take up too much of your time. And we are in a meeting schedule this evening, and I'd like to encourage you to come back, because this is critically important, whoever's sitting here, because I've joined in so I can read what's going on, and I've spent the money on my subscription so I can see what's going on at the State House. But having everybody understand and be on the same page, we're not going to get everybody, but if we can get 50 people, 100 people, then we're doing a better job than we did last year. So with that being said, I thank you so much, applaud you for being here and for all the good work, 4-H, schools, cancer, veterans, the gamut goes on and on. So you're working hard, and I just want you to keep working hard for Marshfield and keep talking to us. So thank you so much.
Thanks.
Steve?
Thanks. The bills that you guys have filed to make adjacent communities exempt and to try to remove the financial penalties for not being in compliance, what do you think the likelihood is of those bills passing or the governor budging?
I would say that we filed a similar amount of bills last year combined as the legislature, 6,800, 7,000 bills, and I think a few hundred made it out.
Yeah.
The legislature is very tightly controlled by the Speaker of the House and the Senate President, and in order to get many things done, you need their significant buy-in. We do have a meeting scheduled with the Senate President to try to pitch, not just MBTA communities, but the whole host of our legislative package that we put together to try and get victories inside of that. But the odds are against you from the get-go once you file a bill. To be perfectly honest with you, it's challenging. You don't know when these timelines are going to come down. You need to build these coalitions. I think that what we've done from the get-go, from Representative Sweezy's jump into this, we have a good coalition of lawmakers that are already ready to do this, and all of them with different diverse backgrounds and different communities that have different makeups, and that matters. And what I also think matters is public appearance, and this was just the first round of them improperly issuing takebacks of the grant program, and we saw the backlash that it got. This is attractive to the news media. These arguments, these unfortunate arguments that are happening right now between the communities and the Healy Driscoll administration are attractive to the news, and this will continue to be a forepoint of this specific issue moving forward. And then it goes to the court of public opinion after the Supreme Court has ruled on this. And as Ken said, there's a lot of other pending litigation that's coming out of this too. And I think at some point in time you'll probably see a victory through the judiciary prior to the legislature, but the legislature is going to continue to add that extra pressure on the administration that we're going to be there at every step, every turn that they make on the MBTA communities. We will be there criticizing the way in which they're handling the communities, specifically when enforcing these grant program holds.
Thank you. And I know you don't have a crystal ball, but given the financial penalties and the loss of grants, would you recommend that a town remain out of compliance and sue, or get into compliance and continue their lawsuit?
I don't know if I have one way or the other. So, Norwell struggled with this, and I spoke to the leadership over there and just kind of, talked it through. It's a tough decision. It really is. I think that Marshfield has an opportunity here through this comment period and through the efforts that we're doing and the efforts that you're trying to make to make another stand, to do that. But it has to be successful. We need to see some victories. We didn't see one through the courts. We did not see one, or, maybe we'll see one through these new regulations, but we didn't really see much relief through the regs when they came out with the regs, as much as we tried to put pressure on them. We didn't see relief when we asked Governor Baker to veto this thing, 4 years ago. So it's been one of those circumstances. This policy has been one of those things. We haven't seen a victory on it. And so now you get to the point in time where your back's really up against the wall. Stuff's starting to get real. And the community has to make a decision. I think that there's an opening here, an opportunity through this comment period to try and get the adjacents out, build that coalition amongst these other communities that want to give it that last sort of, fight. But generally speaking, I do not believe that the administration is playing chicken here. I think that they're going to take this money. And then it becomes a larger issue of how much hurt is spread across the municipal budget because of this. And then you have to weigh those things out. And you're not in an envious position at all. And I wish that the MBTA communities was not brought up the way that it was in the legislature, so that I could be sitting here today, proud to have voted against it. But they packed it in a COVID bill, and there wasn't an opportunity to do that. You know, there was a non-starter, basically. There could have been a lot of things in there that I still would have voted for to make sure our community's businesses were made whole.
And just my last question, you know, like you covered earlier, the MBTA Communities Act was tucked into these gigantic economic development bills, and to the point that you made, you know, I think anyone would have a tough time voting against COVID relief money for struggling small businesses, you know, putting their rent on their credit cards at the height of the pandemic. So in terms of the strategy of tucking in this bill, which is very unpopular, into these hundreds of millions of dollars or billion-dollar economic development bills, who is patient zero at the State House who started this whole process?
From MBTA Communities?
Yes.
So it was a legislative charge. We were going through a lot of transition. It was when Stan Rosenberg, the former Senate president, he had gotten in trouble and was leaving the Senate. Harriet Chandler had taken over as an interim Senate president, and she wanted to do something housing related. So she charged Joe Boncory, who since left the Senate, who was the chair of housing, to develop some sort of structure in which we would have more transit-oriented development. And it kind of didn't hit a lot of radar screens, to be perfectly honest with you, because it was you know, during a period of time where we were in COVID, we needed money out the door, and you know, we saw it there. We noticed it. MMA definitely flagged it for us, the Mass Municipal Association, and we collectively as a caucus, as the Republican caucus in the Senate, asked the governor to veto it. I've talked with Mike Keneally, who was former Governor Baker's Secretary of Housing, on what the thought process was with that, and he has told me flat out that they thought that they had a handle on this, that they thought that it was going to be a lot less of what it actually became, and a lot less stringent, a lot, you know, more relaxed on compliance, all these different things. But what happened was, and I think that this is one of the big things that is missing sometimes from the MBTA communities, is that we didn't tell the executive office to do a whole heck of a lot. We gave them rein to create these regulations. And what they did was a bunch of bureaucrats created a really, really, really comprehensive and strict housing program that then the only course of action we would have is through these regs to try and change it. And I think that that's one of the biggest problems. And since that point in time, you know, I've told colleagues of mine that the legislature should not be ceding power away to any bureaucratic agency anymore, because the regulations that they're coming up with now are much more severe and consequential, and they're, you know, making us frankly look not that great when they put in place these regs that come from the legislature. But the reality is, we, you know, said, yeah, more transit-oriented development sounds about right, and then it's become a monstrosity.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric?
Well, Pat, I'm glad you're honest with that you guys ceded your power to an unelected bureaucracy, and that's the problem right now. The other problem is that I think that even with the bills that you guys are filing, in my opinion, I don't think we need more government in our lives. I think we need less, in my opinion. I do want to say thank you to both of you for coming. I have to ask, what happened to Representative Kearney?
I know that he said he had a prior engagement that he couldn't miss in Situate, so.
I wasn't too sure if it's on the last letter after his name it was different from your two and could be associated with his. In regards to the revenue, do you know how much? This is one thing I've asked. I think I reached out to Department of Revenue and I've asked somebody else to reach out and I haven't heard an answer on. But how much revenue does the state collect from Marshfield? Do we know that number?
Directly from Marshfield?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know it off the top of my head. I'd have to look into it, and that's an interesting formula too, because if a person is living in Marshfield but then leaves, but there are numbers out there, because some of the education funding is based on population income, and so there is, and then you can deduct from there, you know, what the income tax would be. So we could figure out some specific taxes as far as how much their contribution is to Marshfield.
Well, I mean, we collect an income. Well, let's see. You have the payroll taxes, but then you have the state tax, the 6.5, at the retail level. You know, so
6.25.
is it 6 point? Thank you, Lynn. So So the thing is that they should have numbers on that, how much revenue they generate out of Marshfield for that, right? They must keep track of all that, I would imagine.
Yeah, I know that the meals taxes is kept track of, and that's in the comptroller's sheet. There's a couple of the other local taxes, but I'd actually defer to Mr. Maresco on this as far as where do you capture the sales tax for each of those transactions, or is that more of a universal thing?
I'm gonna defer to my treasurer.
The sales tax is collected by the state,
Yeah.
so that goes to the state. The town does not collect any sales tax.
No.
So I would say that from that, there might be a way to figure out the sales tax, but I'm not entirely sure. But we could try and put together as many of the sort of pockets and line items of taxes that are specifically captured in
Yeah, I mean,
Marshfield.
I mean, the whole thing is that we're getting all this money supposedly from the state. You know, the whole thing is I'm interested in how much this town generates for the state.
Yeah, we could take a look at it as far as that goes.
I mean, my look at it is that, and I guess you could look at this with the grants, especially with they holding the grants over our head in regards to this META, is that why are we directing these towards certain agencies when we should just be, you guys should just be writing legislation and directing them right to the towns for what their purpose is for?
Can you say that again?
I was saying it's like the
I didn't
grants.
follow you.
Well, it to me, the appearance of me is that they direct these grant fundings to certain agencies to be dispersed. Would I be correct about that?
Yes, some agencies have power to
Yeah,
authorize.
so that's how the executive branch tyrants right now are holding us over our head with the MBTA zoning. So the whole thing is that I don't understand at the legislative level, instead of directing them towards these agencies, just direct them to the towns that put in for them.
Yeah, I mean it's a way in which to do it.
So then how would you regulate and,
What's to regulate?
well, you'd have to receive the application process and you'd have to go through the whole process.
These are, if I could just, these are competitive. Most of these are competitive grants. I know that the Community One Stop for Growth just recently announced. So under Governor Baker, he combined a lot of these grant programs into one. That communities have a lot better interface with the state to try to go after certain grants for certain projects. And in some instances, the state assists the community in matching them up if they have a project that's going on with different grant funding of opportunities that are out there. I don't know. I don't think that I would advocate for the grants to not go through sort of the proper channels of state government in order to get back down to the community. I think because taking MBTA communities aside for a second, these are very competitive grants, and I think that we've done very well in the way in which they're structured. The Seaport Economic Council, the dam and seawall repair funds, all of these, all of those programs in particular, write out a lot of communities that don't have the same characteristics and landscape that Marshfield does. And if we just took away those grant programs themselves and the grant administrators and the rules behind them, I think we'd actually probably end up with less money than we have in the past, because we're in a more unique position, being on the coast especially, to compete more heavily for these grants.
I'm not going to say I totally disagree with your thought process on that, but the whole thing is that I think there is room to make changes to things, because we see that we have a tyrannical governor as well as attorney general using every tool in the book to apply pressures to capitulate to something that we do not want nor to believe that we need in this town. And they're using the power of the purse to do it. And I think those need to be changed in regards to doing that. And like you said earlier, your ending statement towards Mr. Darcy is that you gave too much authority, and I've seen in other actions in regards to it, to unelected bureaucracies, and that needs to change, in my opinion.
I agree with that, and I do think that in that period of time that we were in, January 2021, that unfortunately was a lot of the ways in which the government had to do business. We weren't meeting regularly. Everything was at that point in time still very we were still collecting ourselves from COVID. And at that point in time, it seemed to make sense to do that, but I agree with you, it was a mistake.
I mean, right now, it seems to me that the only way to change it, because you guys could file all the bills you want in regards to reversing this or making changes, but they'll just attach it to something else, then you guys will feel compelled to go along with that just to satisfy one thing, but end up with something potentially worse. So my looking at it is that I think you need to start a process in regards to an up and down vote, one bill at a time.
I totally agree.
And I don't see that happening anytime soon. So I think the only thing is with the MBTA is that I think it needs to go up through the chain of the courts to the United States Supreme Court, in my opinion, and get their ruling. Because I believe that there are some constitutional issues here with this law. One is the legislature ceding their authority to unelected bureaucrats. And the other is that, especially now when you look at the governor's office holding the money against the taxpayers when it's their money that they put towards the government. I mean, if the state can do this to us, what is our recourse in withholding our money to the state?
I mean, I guess if you're really playing this one out, I guess it would be the assessments, but the assessments on the cherry sheet are taken prior to the money that the state gives to the community. That would be the biggest amount of money that the town of Marshfield would give to the state every year, would be what the assessments are on the cherry sheet. Then from there it would be, there's no real remittance of any taxes. I can't see that the town would pay for unless it's state-owned land that the town owns. I mean, you're looking at, it would be a very insignificant number, in my opinion, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it would be a very insignificant number that the town would withhold from the state.
What, between...
The state has the cards. I mean, the state gave $26 million.
So all these communities out there that are opposed to it, especially where they got to go to a retail store or any business and pay 6.25% sales tax, if the businesses or the residents decide, I don't want to pay the 6.25% and whatever else the state collects, that wouldn't have an impact on the state and the budget at the end of the day?
It would be illegal to have a business.
Oh, it's illegal on that end. All right,
It
Pat,
doesn't.
thank you for saying that. But
It
it's
doesn't.
not illegal for the state, the tyrant, the governor's office to do it, reverse it on us, which was probably illegal as well, then I would imagine.
I don't disagree with you about the court cases, and I don't disagree that it may be illegal what they're doing. But I think on your hypothetical, I think that the state has more cards than the community unfortunately does.
I don't disagree with you on that.
And that's sort of where that's at. And I think if businesses didn't pay the sales tax, then the state would come down and shut them down.
I mean, I look at the fire grant where they made the exception to that. They told everybody no grants to be given out. Then all of a sudden they caved into the fire grant. I mean, it's almost like they cracked the door open for something to happen there, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that it was strategically, from a political standpoint, a huge mistake from the governor to do this. And what I think happened, I talked with Chief Reardon, what I think happened was they were going through the administration of the Department of Fire Services grant program, and the grant administrator and the Healy Driscoll administration just didn't communicate with each other. And the grant administrator was under the guidance of the yet to be thrown out regs of the MBTA Communities Act. And so when they did it, it was actually an error. But they saw, I mean, just off of grants in Duxbury of $9,000, and here I think it was $19,000, how much outcry there was and how much public support there is for our public safety officials especially. And that should give them a glimpse into what they think is going to happen. I do not think that this is going to be an easy road for the administration to follow through with what they're doing. And I actually did get some insight. Lieutenant Governor called a member of an adjacent community, and in the conversations that they had together, they might not actually not give you this grant money. What they'll do is they'll put it into an account, because I think that they are afraid legally of withholding this grant money, stripping you of it. And what they'll do is they'll put it in an account that will continue to grow and grow and grow and grow and put more pressure on the community to accept MBTA community to come into compliance, because there'll be a pocket of money that will be continuously growing, filling up with all of these grants that Marshfield would be not in compliance for. So I think that is a strategy they're going to use as well.
Yeah, I think it'd be a failed strategy, especially if we work this all up to the United States Supreme Court and get them to make a decision on this. You know, the economic development bill is a big factor, I guess, in regards to these grants. Using the leverage of the grants against us, would I be correct about that?
Yeah, you know, as Representative Sweezy had said, everything now and every bill moving forward is going to be subject to it. It seems that way. I mean, it might be some bigger ticket items like Mass School Building Authority, hopefully, and some other ones may not. That they may escape it. I don't think Chapter 70 or UGA or Chapter 90. I don't think some of the core investment tools will be used, but I think that tools that the governor has at her disposal that are, you know, in that range of, you know, a $10,000 grant to a $200,000, $300,000 grant, I think all that's on the table.
There's another law that was put forward that I have concerns with, and that's the ADU law. Has there been any ask for that to be changed? Do you know of?
Yeah, we submitted testimony, the testimony last week, 2 weeks ago. We submitted our letter, the same thing, you know, regulatory process as they're putting together what the regs are. They have a public hearing process. We put in ours that we wanted the owner-occupied component to be part of what the regs that they're going to put in place for the ADUs, and we hope to see that owner-occupied component be part of it. I think it makes perfect sense. Without it, I think that you can see a way that would, you know, people would buy up these properties, build the ADU, rent out both the ADU and the main property, and really change the fabric of neighborhoods. And so we don't want to see that happen. So I've submitted letters, and I know that we're working with some of our colleagues on some bills, some people who are, you know, more in the housing policy space than I am, that we're going to be joining in with as we go through the legislative process to try to make sure that owner occupancy is a component of it.
Yeah, because I mean, I talked to some realtors. I go, you could kiss these houses goodbye, especially in Marshfield that are on the beachfront, in regards to getting any more transactions. They'll be forever off the market because you're going to be able to rent the house, and then they'll probably be able to put an ADU in somewhere, rent that. It'll be income for life for them, you know, especially around here.
And the real unfortunate thing is the ADU law was a good law. It's been in the works for a while as far as, you know, you can keep somebody in their house that, you know, wants to build an accessory dwelling unit and then, you know, give their home or rent their home out to a family member. You know, you see it time and time again, and there was so much back and forth between communities on having a good solid ADU law. So the state basically putting a one-size-fits-all approach for ADUs made a lot of sense, and then they missed the boat by not having the owner occupancy part of it. And it's like, it really makes you question, you know, when can we get a win here on something that community's been asking us for that we end up doing and doing properly?
Well, I mean, I look at it this way, Pat, and it's like one of my first comments to both is, you know, is less government intervention. Let the towns deal with it. You know, if the people are unhappy with it, us three are up here elected. We have other elected boards. If they're not happy with it, let them take it up at the local level. And I think that's what we need to start focusing in on, is less intervention at the state and federal government, and let the people decide at the local level and what they want to do. They're not happy with the way the towns have the ADU law set up. You have a planning board that they can change out, you know, and if they feel there's other laws in town, they can change us three out anytime, you know. So, I mean, I really think there needs to be some thought in regards to how much you guys want to put laws forth that really start to impact the local communities, instead of letting the local communities make the decision, and as well as the people that live here make the decisions in regards to how they want to go about it, in my opinion. I think, yeah, the only thing I want to touch on, which I understand what you're shooting for here, is like the senior property tax exemption. You know, all things that you allow communities to do that, to exempt them by X amount of dollars, but who's going to be picking up the cost on that?
That's Ken's bill.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's totally understood. Like I prefaced it with, you know, obviously right now at the current time, that's not advantageous for every community. That's a local option, so that's not a mandate. because I do want to that's actually giving the town more authority if towns want to increase that, because right now I believe that cap is still at $500. So that's actually giving more authority to the towns.
Yeah, I mean, I
And-
even had, not to cut you off, Ken, but I even had seniors come up to me and say, Eric, I'll get this, but who's gonna make up for it? I go, well, you're looking at the person probably, you
Sure.
know?
Yeah,
And
no, I
and they go, yeah, exactly, Eric,
Right.
So the whole thing is that, between the grants and the money that you guys dishing out, I mean, the whole thing is, I think, in my opinion is, and especially the way we have seen the government of Massachusetts grown, I think you guys need to start looking at that. And then, in my opinion, is start returning the money to the towns without all these strings attached. And I think that's the components that you need to figure out. So I think if you start shrinking down the government, especially these unelected bureaucracies that are making hell for, especially with this MBTA, I think life will be easier for you guys, and life will be easier for the rest of us, in my opinion. So, other than that, I think I've said my piece, and I guess to leave it on to, especially the MBTA, just like to say that, you can let Tyrant Haley and Tyrant Campbell know that go pound sand from me. Thank you.
Well, I wouldn't say go pound sand, because it's not in my nature. I do think you have a lot of work ahead of you. And I think this town is looking forward to, we don't need to bridge the gap, we just need to have that, all of this stuff kind of come together. I know that you're not going to be returning money to the towns unless it comes in the form of grants, monies, Chapter 70s, Chapter 90. I know that's kind of a pipe dream, but it is something that, we all would like a check like we all received in our income. So we'll see how things go, but this is a really big step having you be here and help us to understand the MBTA, and whether or not we go into compliance or don't go into compliance will ultimately be a town decision, and we need to be able to present exactly what that means in a no vote or in a yes vote to get into compliance. Mixed use is great, and in those areas, and we'll just see how it goes as we move forward in the next few months. So, but whether or not we go to the Supreme Court will be a decision that is something that I can't imagine this town going, but who knows? We'll see where we go with that. So I look forward to seeing you again. Thank you for coming, and if you wouldn't mind getting your PowerPoint stuff to Michael, and I'd like to shake your hands.
Yeah, thank you guys for having us.
Thanks,
again.
everybody.
Yeah,
Thanks to the
thank you.
advisory board, too, for
Yeah,
working
they're
through us.
sat through, and everybody sat through, so I appreciate you coming. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, yep.
Thanks, Beth.
All right, the time is 8:17. Do we need a short recess, or we want to get right at this?
Let's get after it.
I like it.
It's already 8:20. We haven't done a single action item.
We haven't done anything. Well, we've done a lot, but. So we are still in our appointments, and we're doubling back to our 6:40 PM appointment, which is the fiscal year 26 budget presentation by our town administrator, Michael Maresco, and the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. We're joined by some members of our advisory board this evening. Our Chair, Rick Smith, is here. I shared a copy of the presentation so he can share it with the members. And then our treasurer will share the financial data with them tomorrow, so that they'll have access and begin their process, going through a meeting with the department heads and deep diving into the budgets. So, let's see. Okay, budgetary achievements and overview. The FY 2026 budget includes a 3% increase, or $1,731,069 for the school department. General government has increased by $544,373, or 13.6%. Public safety has increased by $928,028, or 6.33%. to continue to provide the best resources for the police department, fire department, and ambulance services for our residents. Public Works has increased by $436,653, or 13.23%. Health and Human Services also increased by $16,110, or 1.05%. Cultural Services has increased by $62,390, or 5.61%. And utilities have increased by $114,123, or 6.2%. We have accounted for COLAs and contracts in all of our divisions without using free cash. We continue our cost share agreement with the Schools for Human Resource Division. We continue to fund cemetery trees and greens, ball field accounts by approximately $100,000, and have provided DPW with department flexibility to move overtime costs around their various divisions. We will continue to provide the best services, programs, and activities for the Council on Aging and Veteran Services Department, and we continue to keep all municipal full-time and part-time positions funded at this time, all while managing continual increases in our pension costs, our healthcare contributions, utility costs, gas and diesel fuel costs to run our town fleet. Revenue explanation. Town of Marshfield's projected FY 2026 revenues are recommended to increase by 3.27%, or $3,801,843.30, compared to FY 2025. We believe this target is realistic and achievable. Our state aid figures are anticipated to be about $19,123,522, or 2.5% over FY '25. Debt exclusions for the Furnace Brook Middle School and Marshfield High School decreased by $271,277.20, or went down by 4.6%. Total revenue projected for FY 2026 is $119,926,729, an increase of 3.27%. Some pie charts, you'll see these charts identify total revenue on the right-hand side and break out by type of other revenue to fund our municipality. Revenues increased by 3.27% overall, or $3,801,843.30. You'll see on the lower right-hand corner, estimated FY '26 other revenues. These are your local receipts, wetland protection, enterprise and direct, community impact. So you see they're all spelled out there. And on the right upper corner, you'll see estimated FY '26 revenues. Maximum total allowable levy is $85,680,547. Total state aid, less the offsets, is in the red color. That's the $19,073,522. And total other revenue, which is based with local receipts and those other categories, $15,172,660. Next, we have expense explanation. Town's department heads have submitted requests solely for what is essential to continue delivering services to the community during these challenging times while managing rising inflation, utility costs, fuel costs, pension expenses, and healthcare contributions. The centralized budget process now in place provides the town administrator and the select board with the flexibility to reallocate resources based on the needs identified during the budget hearings. Town has successfully navigated last year's challenges with the hiring of our new town treasurer, Sean Strobel, and our new town accountant, Meg LeMay. Throughout this process, there has been productive collaboration between department heads and staff, for which I am grateful. The treasurer collector and I met with the department heads to review their financial requests, ensuring we can meet the department's goals for our residents. Once again, we have not had to implement any layoffs or furloughs. Unlike many of our neighboring communities, thanks to the support and recommendations of the select board. Total expense projected for FY '26 of $119,926,729, an increase of $4,311,569, or 3.73%. And this is a larger pie chart showing the expenses. You'll see down below, town government, government insurance, facilities, overlay, school department, pension, snow and ice, all represented by colors within the pie chart. Fixed cost summary for 2026. I'll draw your attention to FY 2026 request, debt service not excluded, $3,243,491, an increase of $63,662. Debt service excluded, that's a decrease of $271,277 to $5,625,642. General insurance Medicare, that also decreased by $102,990 to a level of $2,606,199. Pension total, $913,106 increase to $10,040,917. Employee health and life insurance saw a decrease of $333,336 to a level of $8,301,474. Unemployment stayed the same, so there was no increase or decrease. Facilities went up $34,069 to $418,091. The audit, OPEB, and payroll saw an increase of $21,600 to a level of $130,100. Reserve fund stayed at $100,000, so there was no difference. State and county assessments went up by $153,965 to $1,557,917. And town meeting appropriations went down by $50,000 to $17,000 to a level of $17,000. So total fixed cost projected increase over FY '25 of $478,799, or 1.49%. Debt management. Capital funds appropriated by borrowing or other financing sources may not be used for operational expenditures in any capacity. The town makes certain these funds are kept separate and only used for the project for which it was appropriated by town meeting. The finance team, with guidance from the board, has a policy that does not allow inside debt costs to exceed 5% of our operating budget in total, nor excluded debt to exceed 10% of our operating budget in total. With this budget, we have achieved both of these goals. In total, debt service expenses has been reduced by $207,615. The reduction is due to the amount of principal paid down annually, which results in interest reduction, all while bonding our capital projects. Debt exclusion passed on November 19, 2020, for the police station, DPW facility, senior center addition, and seawalls. Because of our conservative plan of debt management and uniform level principal annual payments, we have minimized our tax impact and will see the benefit of our conservative plan now and in the future. And you can see down below, there's a little chart right there, talks about inside debt limit, total outside debt limit, other debt short term. And we have a chart, linear chart right here. You'll see debt FY 2026, $8,869,133. That is broken down by inside debt, $3,243,491, and total excluded debt, $5,625,642. FY '26 general government, total general government expense, $4,545,797. General government has reduced discretionary spending and IT costs due to the purchase of Munis. Proposed budget includes a 2% projected contractual increase to the salary line for union and bylaw employees. The town initiated the transition to Munis for financial operations on December 1st, 2022. Despite the complexities of integration, we have successfully navigated numerous challenges, resulting in more efficient and seamless operations. However, the continued use of 3 separate systems has caused delays in closing FY 2024. Full conversion to Munis is expected to be completed in 2027. Total $4,545,797, an increase of $544,373, or 13.6% over FY 25. You'll see there's a little chart right there, little pie chart, which shows the distribution, general government, public safety, public works, health and human services, etc. And I'm going a little faster than the last time, only because people have heard it, and
Yep.
we're really doing the presentation, because under the charter, we need to
We have-
turn it over to the
Yep, it's fine.
FY 2026 Public Safety. The town continues to promote and provide funding for its public safety personnel, including full funding for school resource officers at the high school, Furnace Brook Middle School, and the elementary schools. The FY 26 budget increased public safety by 6.33%. Plymouth County ARPA funds of $665,781 were allocated to purchase 2 new ambulances. The police and fire departments continue to receive support through the capital budget process to purchase safety equipment and police vehicles. Public safety increase of $928,028, or 6.33%. Marshfield Public Schools. School department will receive the full 3% increase on their operational budget over FY 2025 for a total projected budget of $59,433,376, an increase of $1,731,069. The school department has worked to improve ADA accessibility and increase security for all of their schools. The school department opened a new pre-K facility located at 255 Furnace Street in September of 2023, and it's operating at capacity. Capital budget funding and free cash have continued to assist the schools in their maintenance, their IT, and security-related issues. Department of Public Works. The town continues to support the Public Works departments to provide the best services to our citizens. Public Works Department will see a 13.23% increase over FY 26. We have worked with the Department of Public Works Superintendent to reposition resources to provide additional funding for maintenance of the fleet. We continue to support and maintain funding for the ball field and parks, keeping our fields and play spaces in the best possible shape that our community and sports teams deserve. Public Works has also received support for their capital needs through the capital budget process for the general fund and through retained earnings for wastewater, water, and solid waste. Total commitment to the general fund Public Works, $3,738,352, or 13.23%. Health and Human Services. Town has provided additional Council on Aging funding for goods and services, allowing our senior population to be active in educational and social activities. Continued to support the Council on Aging to create and implement an age and dementia-friendly steering committee and plan. Created a revolving fund for Seaflower Cafe at the Senior Center. Increased funding for the Board of Health Agents, and continue to fund 1 part-time nurse to keep the town healthy during the aftermath of COVID and SRV. Total Health and Human Services budget increased by $16,110, or 1.05%. Cultural Services. Library has taken on the task of increasing services by opening on Sunday for limited hours to allow greater access to library resources during the weekend, including a book drop-off and pickup program, public Wi-Fi, and many cultural programs for students and the public. Town continues to support our library and fund other cultural services, including Clam Flats, Veterans Memorial, and the Historic Commission efforts. These cultural services benefit us all. Total commitment to our library and cultural services is $1,175,402 for an increase of $62,390 over FY '25. Utilities. Town of Marshfield is advancing its sustainability efforts through significant investment in renewable energy, battery storage, EV charging stations, LED lighting, and green building enhancements. Key initiatives include solar array on the Cap landfill, photovoltaic systems on municipal buildings and solar carports at schools, police, and DPW facilities. Additional EV charging stations are planned for the police department, town hall, and DPW, supported by battery storage. A recent grant has also funded 3 fast charging stations in town. Unfortunately, since I made my presentation last week, we were notified that they oversubscribed, and we will not be getting funding for 3 fast charging stations. Town Hall implemented aggregate electric with the approval from the Massachusetts Department of Public Utilities in FY '23. The new rates went into effect in December of 2024 through December of 2027. Rates for all 3 classes went down significantly. The FY 2026 utility budget covering heat, electricity, communications for town facilities is $818,570, a 16.2% increase due to expanded facilities. However, this is expected to be offset by energy credits from these renewable energy projects. Marshfield's commitment to renewable energy ensures both environmental and financial benefits for the community. Revenue. So direct everyone's attention to the FY '26 request, and you'll see the base tax revenue was $77,311,870. You had the statutory 2.5% increase, which represents $1,943,034. You had new growth projected at $800,000. That gave you a levy limit of $80,054,905. You had to add to that the Furnace Brook, Martinson, and Marshfield High School debt exclusion. That was $5,625,642. Maximum total allowable levy, $85,680,547. State aid is projected at $19,123,522, less offsets of $50,000. Total state aid less the offset is $19,073,522. Then you have local receipts. You'll see the local receipts plus community impact fees from marijuana, use of, we have the waterways funds, wetland protection, licensing of dogs, cemetery perpetual care, solar, COA state grant, COA GATRA reimbursement, overlay reserve. You add those all up, those tally to $15,172,660. So total revenues of $119,926,729, an increase over FY '25 by $3,801,843.30, or percentage increase of 3.27%. Expenses. We look at the direction to the FY 2026. You'll see that general government, $4,545,797. Public safety, $15,590,040. Public works, $3,738,352. Health and human services, $1,553,361. Cultural services, $1,175,402. Unclassified, $31,000. Utilities, $818,570. You'll see school department, $59,433,376. And then you'll see debt service, non-excluded, $3,243,491. Debt service excluded, $5,625,642. General insurance, Medicare, $2,606,199. Pension total, $10,040,917. Employee health and life insurance, $8,301,474. Unemployment's at $50,000. Facilities, $418,091. Snow and ice, $400,000. For our audits, OPEB, payroll, and munis, $130,100. Reserve fund stays at $100,000. Overlay increased by $50,000 to $550,000. State and county assessment, $1,557,917. Town meeting appropriation of $17,000. Total expenses, $119,926,729. An increase over the previous year by $4,311,568.90, an increase of 3.73%. The expenses and the revenues gives us the balanced budget. There are budgetary challenges. Economic challenges, pensions through 2032, OPEB required funding, healthcare, environmental challenges. South Shore Regional Technical High School debt service potential, we know now it's no longer potential, for a new high school, which was voted on January 25th, 2025, at a potential cost to the town of Marshfield, $1.3 million annually for 30 years. Operational budget cost on a rolling 4-year average of the number of Marshfield students attending, and an operational reduction for Marshfield's education line based on the number of children attending times the per pupil cost. Estimated that to be about $19,000 per student annually. School roof replacement, the Martinson School roof, and process through the MSBA Accelerated Repair Program. Daniel Webster, Governor Winslow, South River, and Amesway roofs will need to be replaced over the next 10 years. ADA improvements for all of our elementary school bathrooms. We continue to need to repair the seawalls and beach nourishment, replacement of the dike, sewer expansion, and protection of the sewer from rising seawater. Closing summary. The FY26 budget as presented is a balanced budget. FY 2025 tax rate was reduced to $9.90 per thousand. The schools received a 3% increase for their FY26 budget. School resource officers will be funded through the general fund. SROs at the Marshfield High School, Furnace Brook Middle School, and the elementary schools. General government budget has increased by 13.6%. Town remains committed to maintaining and enhancing its assets with recent upgrades such as the renovated bathroom, showers, and locker rooms at the fire headquarters, as well as ongoing improvements at Town Hall. We continue to fund a part-time nurse for the Board of Health. We continue to fund a full-time assistant planner and full-time assistant conservation agent to manage the very large caseload demands of those departments. We continue to accommodate COLAs and contractual increases in the town's budget without relying on free cash. We have allocated an additional $928,028 to public safety, funding for fire and police, reinforcing our commitment to safety and security for our residents. We continue to support the cemetery trees and greens ball field accounts by providing the DPW with greater flexibility to manage overtime expenses. FY26 budget also funds Robert Egan, who serves as the town's weights and measure consultant, responsible for making sure all scales in our town businesses are fair and accurate, including our own at the DPW. The town successfully completed several major capital projects, including our new DPW building, police station, and senior center renovations in addition. Additionally, seawall projects in Brant Rock Phase 1 and 2 have been completed, alongside repairs to section of Ocean Street and Brant Rock. Efforts to reduce costs in these projects remain a priority as we move forward. DPW continues to focus on critical water and sewer infrastructure improvements, including $1.7 million ARPA funding for Surf Ave project, which has been completed, and $2.3 million for the Plymouth Ave Pump Station, slated for completion in FY '27. The Select Board assisted in the funding of these two projects by contributing $4 million in ARPA funding to the DPW. The long-anticipated Brant Rock Esplanade project is also underway to enhance safety and traffic flow. Dog Park opened in June of 2023 and has been a great success and is enjoyed by residents and their canine companions thanks to contributions from the Stanton Foundation, CPC Fund, Friends of the Marshfield Dog Park, and the Select Board. Modernization efforts at Town Hall are progressing with 6 new bathrooms, a new chamber, Select Board offices, Town Administrator's office, upgrades to other key offices including Veterans, Building, IT, and Town Clerk. These improvements were achieved with no additional cost to taxpayers by reallocating unspent capital funds from the Senior Center project, along with structural funding supported by borrowing. Finally, we continue addressing maintenance needs for public buildings thanks to the dedicated work of our Facilities Department and the necessary funding approved by town meeting through free cash. Thank you. That is the budget.
Thank you. It's always nice to hear it the second time around. You get all those little nuances. So I appreciate that. Would you like to address the advisory board, or?
If they have any questions, I'm happy to, and we'll be meeting with them at all their meetings.
Right. Any questions by any of our advisory board that are here this evening? Yes, sir.
I have a few questions.
Please.
Rick Smith, Telegraph Hill Road. Just a handful of questions. I'll try to keep them brief because I know that we'll be having plenty of advisory board meetings coming up to address some of these. But just some big ones based upon the presentation, Mr. Maresco, that you went through. Of the 19 million in state aid, none of that includes any grants, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's just Chapter 70 in UGARA,
Okay.
unrestricted government aid.
In regards to slide number 4, the revenues, our tax rate of $9.90 per thousand, how does that compare to 5 years ago?
We're down significantly. And that's sort of a misnomer because as your cost per thousand comes down, that means your assessment's going up. So it's good for the homeowner because for a lot of homeowners, the home is their single largest asset that they own.
Okay. Do you know how that compares against some of the neighboring towns?
The $9.90 per thousand, we're significantly lower than most of our neighbors.
Okay. The expenses, you had said that you met with your department heads and went through some of this. Was this built bottom up, meaning that the department heads submitted the budgets? Or was this, the town submitted it to them, or how did it work?
We submitted with them after we talked to them. I mean, a lot of the budgets, what drives 80, as you know, as the chair of the advisory board, 80-something% of our budget salary, and that's driven by collective bargaining agreements. We were very conservative with our negotiations to, so we hold that at 2%. That's funded within the budget. There's only one department that hasn't settled with the town. So, we work, if there's any big significant thing. So for instance, the police budget's seen some increase, more than most departments because they're dealing with the accreditation and certification. Fire department will see an increase because of equipment, uniforms, and things like that. The DPW, we spent a lot of time with DPW on their budget, shifting some cost around, making sure that what they actually spent, we were able to adjust. Sean and Meg spent a lot of time working to get that budget to be representative of what is being spent and services being provided.
Thank you. So, I guess my next question to follow up on that, on the department heads. Last year when we had met, when the advisory board had met with some of the department heads, some of the departments heads had not yet seen the budgets. Do you know if that's the case this time, or should we give it a little time before we approach the department heads, or have they all seen the budgets in detail?
All of the departments were at the budget presentation last week. I know Sean's in the process of sharing We've had a number of discussions with them, so they're pretty familiar, would you say they're familiar? Yeah, familiar with their numbers, so no
Okay, so-
great surprises.
So they've seen the detailed breakdown.
There's no cuts, they've all got increases in their budget, I mean,
No, I understand. I just
Yeah.
want to make sure that when we approach them, they're not seeing it for the first time.
I would say probably 60 to 70% have seen their numbers.
Okay,
But like Michael touched upon, the largest departments like DPW, we've gone through all of their divisions.
Yep.
Gone through all of the 3 enterprises, we've gone through public safety, so quite a few of them have seen all the numbers in detail.
Sean, would you mind sitting at the microphone and saying that again, because I don't know if the public caught that.
sorry.
No, thank you.
So I would say probably about 60 to 70% of the departments have seen their budgets because we have worked extensively with, like I said, the Department of Public Works and all their divisions, as well as the 3 enterprise funds, as well as the public safety departments as well, and the school department.
would it be appropriate to wait a week or two before we approach, so we have 100%, so we're not running into any issues out there in the field, or?
That would be fantastic, yes.
Okay, all right, good. Next question, on the expenses, slide 6, how many new hires in the budget versus current?
New hires, the only new hire is in the clerk's office, and there will be a new hire in the police department because at some point this year, this fiscal year, the mental health clinician will be coming on because the grant will be ending, and that individual will be coming on working for the police department. Right now, that individual works for our police department and 2 other smaller towns. We're using that person about 75% of the time, so I did have a meeting with her and the chief last week, and she needs to give about a month's notice, so I would say sometime around March or April, she would be coming over. So those would be the 2 new employees.
Okay, thank you. Next question, in relation to utilities, page 16. It's a 16.2% increase. The first bullet cites that there's been a substantial effort through investments in renewable energy, battery storage, et cetera, for green building enhancements. Is that part of, is there any part of that that's part of the 16.2% increase? What's driving that? I know one of your notes says that what's driving it is additional facilities, but last year it was the same explanation, so
It is.
I'm just
So
curious
it's-
what.
It's the
what's
square
happening.
footage, so we've doubled the police, more than doubled the DPW, doubled the senior center. So those are really what drives the additional utility costs for those buildings.
But when did those facilities increase in size? The substantial increases?
Senior center was done probably 3 years ago, police 2 years ago, and DPW a year ago.
So, sorry for my confusion. Why are we seeing the increase now? Because last year we also saw a increase versus the prior year. And it was a similar reason. I'm just
No,
curious.
just like your house bill, I have a significant increase in my electrical cost and the fuel distribution charge on the electric side.
So it's fuel prices are going up. It's not space and square footage going up.
It's both. All of those buildings, like I said, went up significantly in square footage size, supported by town meeting. And then if you look at the electric bill, even if you have community electric, or you have the town electric through a vendor where we get a lesser cost, in the winter, in particular, New England's hit very hard. I know on my electric bill, the delivery of the electricity is almost, it's a few dollars more than what my actual electric charge is, so it's just it's the way the market is right now.
Next, next question on, sorry, page 19. The second bullet there discusses the South Shore Regional Technical High School's debt service, 1.3 million annual. There's also operational budget cost considerations and whatnot. I was just curious what the net of that change was or is for going forward for the fiscal year 2026 budget? And is any of that already included in this budget, or would that be in addition to what's already printed here?
The debt service would be in addition to it because that question just passed on Saturday. The way that it works is it probably won't hit our budget.
So regarding the financing for the building of the new high school, the anticipated debt service for the band, that's the interim financing before they actually go out to a final bond. The interim band should start, I believe, fiscal year 2027 with a final bond probably hitting our FY 2029 budget.
And is there there's no operational costs, obviously, hits until it's
There
built.
is operational costs. So the town is assessed roughly, on average, about $19,000 per student. So that is driven by the enrollment that is going to be in the current facility. And so that's going to be subject to whatever Marshfield's enrollment is at that time. So that could go anywhere from approximately 33 students now, that could increase.
Okay.
So roughly 600,000.
And what's in the budget right now? 33?
I believe right now what we have in the budget is for approximately 33 students.
Okay. The
And if I may, just to be clear.
Yeah, go ahead.
So that operational cost money or the per pupil cost, that's in the school budget, but it actually leaves the school budget and travels with the student to South Shore Regional Technical Vocational School.
The schools, it notes on slide 20, closing summary, third bullet, schools received a 3% increase for their fiscal year 2026 budget. Is this in alignment with what the schools are asking for, or what the schools and the town has collectively agreed to, or is this something that still has to be worked out?
I think we're close, but if they would like 1.2 million more.
Which would be what percentage versus 3%?
I think the school is proposing a 5.37% increase to their budget.
And you're saying that's a 1.2 million above what's in this budget?
1.2 million above what's currently proposed in this budget.
Okay. So those discussions are ongoing currently?
We've had a discussion with the school department. I think we've come to a solution that works for both the town as well as the school.
And it doesn't mean that they're getting an additional 1.2 million.
Okay.
Because the only way we'd be able to do it is there would have to be massive layoffs in police and fire and DPW, because the money just doesn't exist.
Okay, and thanks for answering all my questions. Just one last question, and that's when can we get the detailed line item budgets? Is that something that we could get as soon as tomorrow morning, or?
Sure, absolutely.
Perfect. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Oh, would you like to add anything? We kind of got into it last week.
Yeah,
Pretty heavy,
nothing new
or at
from
least
last
Eric
week,
did. Anything you'd like to add?
Just one thing that just
Okay.
caught my attention when Mike was going through it, I didn't really pick up. Mike, yeah, on the debt management part, you were talking about I think it was roughly $207,000 that was being saved on the debt exclusion, I believe.
The, debt management. Are you talking about there's a reduction in the outside debt limit?
I believe so. Was there a number of
Yeah,
207?
271,000, it went down by $271,277.20.
Okay, so that's money that we're saving at the moment, am I?
That is correct, because we're paid down principal. As you pay down principal, it's less interest payment.
So, the way I'm looking at it is that, all right, so we're saving it now, but, so that means we have it. Are we applying it back to that loan to try and pay it down quicker, or what are we doing with it?
Well, your inside debt increased by 58,662. So some of it's there.
So with the debt exclusion, that exclusion is added on top of the tax levy. So that's, if we wouldn't be able to ask for the same amount that we asked for last year. So because as we're paying down the debt, There's certain items, like buildings are typically financed for 20 years. Other items, depending on the useful life, are financed for 5 and 7. That's why you're seeing a reduction of 271,000, because those principal payments for those items that were financed for 5 years have fallen off the schedule.
So that would
So-
be like cars, the cars that we buy for
Yeah.
police, DPW, equipment, it's so.
All right, so I see what you're saying. So what is, it's like, yeah, you're financing, like you said, vehicles, whatever, it's like that.
It's based
So
on the useful life, and actually the board, the
Okay.
select board actually votes and takes a vote on the useful life of the vehicles and certain equipment and things like that.
All right, I appreciate it, thank you. All right.
Okay,
So I'm just going to follow up on that.
okay.
So on the expense end of it, in your spreadsheet, just to clarify, we have $63,662.06 on the debt service non-excluded. And then you've got on debt service excluded, on the total, you've got $271,277.20 in the negative. Okay? And that comes up to 207,615, which is the reduced number. And that's where that came from, and that's where your connection is with your Excel and your explanation on debt management.
Correct.
And we're all on the same page after
Yes.
spending a lot of time. So we're ready to go. So I'm looking forward to seeing the advisory board and visiting during your meetings, and have fun with it, because that's what this is all about, and we need your expertise, so appreciate it. And thank you for being here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are currently into our action items. As I mentioned before, item number 6 and item number 11 will not be discussed this evening, but we are going to take a couple things out of order, where we have some folks here. We're going to start with number 1, then go to number 3, then go to number 10. And I think that will make Ned happy. And then we'll double back to number 2 and then stick to the schedule. Did I get it right?
Yes.
All right. Are you good to go? Do you need a break?
I'd like to get a glass of water, to be honest with you.
Okay,
I know we gotta-
let's take a, well, they're departing the chambers as well. Let's just take a short 3-minute recess, and the time is 9:05. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made, and duly second, roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye,
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote for a 3-minute recess.
thank you. Stand up and stretch. All right.
We're all
let's-
set? We're all
You
set.
guys are good, okay. I'd like to bring this meeting of January 27th, 2025 of the Select Board back to order. Do I have a second?
Second?
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to reconvene the meeting.
Okay, before we went on a short recess, I said we were going to go out of order. We are going to go out of order. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 10, and then we're going to stick to the rest of our action items. So with that being said, let's start with number 1, which is a discussion and vote on authorization for bans for the MSBA Martinson Roof Project. And that requires our clerk to read this vote into the record. I'm ready when you are.
All right. Vote of the Select Board. I, the Clerk of the Select Board of the Town of Marshfield, Massachusetts, certify that at a meeting of the Board held January 27, 2025, of which meeting all members of the Board were duly notified, at which a quorum was present, the following votes were unanimously passed, all of which appear on the official record of the Board in my custody. Voted to approve the sale of $1,050,000 at 4% general obligation bond anticipated notes of the town dated January 30th, 2025, and payable August 15th, 2025, to Fidelity Capital Markets, a division of National Finance Services, LLC, at par in accrued interest, if any, plus a premium of $1,879.50. Further voted that in connection with the marketing and sale of the notes, the preparation and distribution of the notice sale and preliminary official statement dated January 9, 2025, and a final official statement dated January 16, 2025, each in such form as may be approved by the town treasurer, being hereby are ratified, confirmed, approved, and adopted. Further voted that the town treasurer and the select board be, and hereby are authorized to execute, deliver a significant events of disclosure undertaken in compliance with SEC Rule 15C2-12, in such form as may be approved by bond counsel to the town, which undertaken shall be incorporated by reference in the notes for the benefit of the holder of the notes from time to time. Further voted that we authorize and direct the town treasurer to establish post-issuance federal tax compliance procedures and continuing disclosure procedures in such forms as the town treasurer and bond counsel deem sufficient, or if such procedures are currently in place, to review and update said procedures in order to monitor and maintain the tax exempt status of the notes and to comply with relevant security laws. Further voted that any certificates or documents relating to the notes, collectively the documents, may be executed in several counterparts, each of which shall be regarded as an original and all of which shall constitute one of the same document. Delivery of an executed counterpart of the signature page to a document by electronic mail in a PDF file or by other electronic solution shall be as effective as delivering of a manual executed counterpart signature page to such document. And electronic signatures of any of the documents shall be deemed original signatures for the purposes of the documents and all matters relating thereto, having the same legal effect as original signatures. Further voted that each member of the select board, the town clerk, and the town treasurer be and hereby are authorized to take any and all such actions and execute and deliver such certificates, receipts, and other documents as may be determined by them or any of them to be necessary or convenient to carry into effect the provisions of the foregoing votes. I further certify that the agenda of the meeting, a copy of which is attached hereto, was posted on the bulletin board of the town at least 24 hours before the meeting in compliance with Section 7-2 of the town charter. I further certify that the votes were taken at a meeting open to the public, that no vote was taken by secret ballot, that a notice stating the place, date, and time and agenda for the meeting, which agenda included the adoption of the above votes, was filed with the town clerk and a copy thereof posted in a manner conspicuously visible to the public at all hours in or municipal building that an office of the town clerk is located, or, if applicable, in accordance with an alternative method of notice described or approved by the Attorney General as set forth in 940 CMR 29.032B. At least 48 hours, not including Saturdays, Sundays, and legal holidays, prior to the time of the meeting, and remain so posted at the time of the meeting, that no deliberations or decision in connection with the sale of the notes were taken in executive session, all in accordance with General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 18-25, as amended, dated January 27, 2025. So the only thing I gotta ask is, just want to verify that, Mike, the notices were posted in a timely manner?
So the notice is, yeah, well, it's the regular meeting notice that has it listed on the agenda.
Okay.
The only other thing I'd add is sections 18 through 25. If you just repeat that.
Oh, did I skip that?
Well, you said it, yeah, you didn't.
All right,
Just
all
read
in
the last
accordance with General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 18-25, as amended. I believe that's it.
Very good. Okay,
We need to do a motion.
yeah.
Says-
So.
Steve, I think that is for me. I think that the document, the bands,
Is- that
that's
was
for me to
for you to
sign.
sign.
Just for the clerk? Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Okay.
Nice. Thanks.
So,
Madam Chair, if I may,
He's
just
gotta
now that
read
the
it.
motion's been read, we just need a second, and then we do the roll call to accept it.
okay. So I'd like to second the vote of the vote of the select board for the general obligation bond anticipation note as read into the record by our select board clerk. Do I have a second?
Second?
Motion made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to approve the bonds.
I'm sure we did everything. Okay, so we have successfully finished our action item number 1. We are moving on to item number 2. And town council is here for us to help us with this policy change. And I will just briefly give, I did have a chance to look at this a few times, but there are 15 pages to this policy change. And this is the town of Marshfield Select Board Small Cell Wireless Facilities Policy. So if, town council, please introduce yourself for the record and explain to us why we're doing this.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. Attorney Robert Galvin, Town Council. I've drafted this policy to, I wouldn't say facilitate, but to provide a process by which the town will have a convenient and modern way of dealing with the transition to 5G, which is the latest level of internet service in the town. Most of us already have 5G phones, but many of us probably don't. And instead of having the tall cell towers in a periodic place around town, the modern way of authorizing and facilitating this 5G service is to have smaller antennas in closer proximity, located more frequently around town in order to have adequate service. And it's very difficult to regulate these things because they're all regulated by the federal FCC. And towns that have zoning bylaws that prevent cellular providers from locating cell towers and now 5G antennas find themselves in federal district court and usually on the losing end of a battle because of the preemption and authority of the FCC to promulgate rules and regulations dealing with cellular service. If we adopt the small cell wireless facility policy, the select board will have much greater authority than it does today without a policy over the location of these antennas throughout the town. If you have no policy, one could even argue that they have free rein to kind of put it wherever they choose. So in 2018, I believe that was during the prior Trump administration, the FCC issued this small cell wireless order intended to remove barriers to construct this type of infrastructure throughout the United States, obligating towns, if they so choose, to try to regulate these types of antenna, that they adopt a policy. And this policy is kind of a model policy that exists in other communities. We haven't had a lot of requests to do this, but just back in December, this policy, which I created some time ago, became relevant because someone asked where they could locate these types of facilities. And I think Mr. Stewart and I recommended that this person wait because we were in the process of considering this policy, and if we do, then they'll comply with this policy. It gives you far better opportunity to say no where it really shouldn't be. Shouldn't be near schools, shouldn't be near other areas where it could impact our quality of life. You have been given in this policy a whole bunch of criteria that you can apply to determine whether it's going to be permitted, and if you issue an order pursuant to this, or you deny it pursuant to this policy, which I think complies with the FCC order, your ability to say no would have a far greater likelihood of being upheld if it was the wrong location. We put some limitations on height. We put some limitations on how close to the ground they could be. We can put some design and aesthetic criteria in. There's a whole bunch of criteria that are required. If there's an opportunity to place it on something that already exists as an antenna, we require them to put it there. We won't let them damage our shade trees. We won't let them put them in a manner that would cause any significant tree trimming. We would make sure that they're placed on poles that are not too tall or too low, that have adequate structural support to hold the equipment. We would consult with other public safety officials, including the superintendent of public works, to make sure that there was no impact to the traveled right away and the vehicles that use them. These are the types of things that we would want them to do. We set forth an application process. We tell them what we need them to give to us so that you all, as the permit granting authority, can properly evaluate this and its impact. We've required an application fee that's consistent with the FCC regulations. I actually made it the maximum amount of money I think you can do. We've required it to be dovetailed with new pole applications, if those come in, and establish as many requirements as I could in order to protect the public, including the amount of noise they can generate, the maximum amount of frequency they can be, and the frequency is connected to, ultimately, to radiation. I just participated in a meeting in another community where we were talking about radiation, and the FCC does have some regulations that the frequency can't be over a certain amount of money. We require them to provide insurance. We have the ability to have outside review if we need it, and we provided an appellate route in the event that they think they've aggrieved by your decision. In any event, they'll be indemnifying us if they're going to put these types of things in the community, and I think this is advisable to adopt as a community. So, and you're the only board that can do that. This policy does recognize that there are other town boards with some authority. It incorporates the professional staff of the Board of Public Works in providing recommendations to you all. And obviously, the planning board's involved in scenic ways anyway, so they would also be involved. So this is a policy I think it's important to adopt. If you don't adopt it, again, you run the risk of having them dictate where they want to put it. If you adopt this policy, you can regulate it in a way I think that is advisable.
Okay. I have a couple questions. So, I'm going to just start with these. So the actual, just so people know, the definitions are identified in here, the statement of purpose and authority are here. So on page 5, item number, I'm going to start with number 7. It says, if technically feasible and not unduly burdensome, the subject SWF, shall not be installed within 180 feet of another pole-mounted SWF or within 50 feet of a residence or school buildings and playground structures, and shall exercise diligent efforts to meet the foregoing standards. So where are we coming up with those numbers, 50 feet from a residence, school building, playground structure? Doesn't seem like quite enough.
Well, when you
Or
think
is-
of where utility poles are throughout the town,
Okay,
most of them, if you're in the Brant Rock section, the Green Harbor section, or the Ocean Bluff section of Fieldston, you probably wouldn't be able to put too many in that area
Yeah.
because they'd all be too close to residences.
okay,
So you'd probably force them to come up with pole locations that were more distant from residences or schools or parks or things of that nature. And I think that would probably be welcome unless it was impossible to put it somewhere else. Maybe that means there are a lot fewer locations in that
Okay.
part of town. In other parts of town, maybe it's not, where the homes are a little bit more distant from one another or set further back from the street, it may be more feasible to do it. I'm sure there's some people that don't want them anywhere, and I'm sure there's people that don't mind them anywhere. But I think what we try to do is we try to find a fair balance between those two extremes to make
Right.
sure that people that are using their computers and their cell phones have adequate service. And if people are transitioning to 5G service, then these types of facilities are going to be needed. I don't know this because I'm not a technical expert on some of these things, but I have reason to believe sometimes when you have a modem in your own house that there may be access from those modems even in your own home for other people. I suspect that's the case.
okay,
When I go around town and I want to log on, I can always seem to get an Xfinity thing that pops up.
Right.
And it says if I type in my password, I can log into their network. So that's coming from somebody's antenna, I don't know where. So, again, I'm sure that they will put these on their towers because they can. And we encourage them to put them on existing facilities. But to the extent that there's a gap in town and they want to try to put it on a utility pole, this gives them the possibility of doing that, provided they meet these criteria. These are criteria that I know that will withstand scrutiny in court, and that's why I picked them, and they're also the same criteria used by many other communities. If you wanted to make it 60 feet or 75 feet, you probably could, but probably 50 feet is probably enough to make sure that there isn't an overwhelming number of these in the sections which are more densely developed.
okay, I follow you. All right, I understand that response. Item number 13 on page 5.
Yep.
Applicant shall state in his application if, when, and how it is available to voluntarily meet with the town engineer, town planner, superintendent of public works, and/or designee of the select board to discuss public safety, right-of-way management practices, size, color, concealment, and other design options, if any, and to discuss other town information needs, if any.
Yeah.
So, obviously, probably
Before they
jumped
apply.
ahead of what I'm thinking about, but
Yeah.
voluntarily meet. So somebody's going to come in and present a apparatus to go on a pole or whatever we're gonna be
Yeah.
doing. They don't have they're not obligated, is what that says.
We can't force them to do that.
I figured there was a legal, okay, so go ahead.
Yeah, we can't force them to do that, but the persons that I've identified here, town engineer, that would be the Department of Public Works staff. I mean, they're involved heavily in utilities. Certainly want the town engineer to be involved, the town planner, because of his experience involving, all aspects of development. He might come up with a whole bunch of ideas as to how we could make it aesthetically fit in an area that maybe we wouldn't otherwise feel are appropriate. And Superintendent of Public Works, he's responsible. He might have a designee that he would like to review this, but I'm certain he would have some input and want some input into what these are going to look like and how we could mask it. He might even have a better idea as to where it belongs, or the town engineer. And again, we want to try to make it look like it's as least obtrusive as possible. Whether we make it look like the existing utility pole, we color it a certain way that it looks like it's hidden. I'm not sure the extent to which these pieces of equipment might have any technology that cause pollution, but these are the people that I would trust to kind of evaluate those issues.
Okay. So I'm just, based on my time on the zoning board of appeals and disclosure, this is the large scale over
That's
here.
that's a,
And that, when we were doing it, the question was, will this be 5G capable? And the answer was, I think, no. Do you know if, based on?
I don't know. I'm sure they can put 5G antenna on there. And to the extent that there was a gap in 5G, they could probably do that. I mean, our entire zoning bylaw encourages co-location of antenna on existing towers. But my understanding is that the scope and reach of a 5G antenna is far less than the 4G or, that other technology that we see on all the cell towers. So they need more of these.
The technology, as I recall, was not up to the level that it needed to be in the rural areas. It was focused in really cities and that type of.
I mean, all of us drive around town, and I think most of us have a cell phone now, and we know that there's probably still some areas in town where you don't get great cell service and a cell phone will drop. And, when those circumstances occur, that's usually where the cell companies, if there's enough people living there or traveling through there, are gonna wanna make some changes.
Yeah.
So, every time I drive home from my office and get to Caswell Street, it's
Right.
almost the same thing. There's
Right.
no cell service in that area.
Right. So I think that this policy we need it, number one. I think it's well prepared and well written. I'm just kind of, there's a lot to it. So,
I mean, if you want to take a little bit more time to read it and think about it, I'm happy to give you that time.
well, I'm good with it. I just want to understand the actual application process. Is there an actual application?
Yeah,
Not within this policy, though.
we haven't created the actual
That's what I'm
application
saying.
yet.
Yeah.
No, but it would be,
It would be
Very-
dependent upon this policy.
yeah, I mean, I've got a manner of application, and it requires a cover letter. There's application contents. They're itemized here. There's about 10 different things that we want them to do. Give us the wireless name, the name of the person that's gonna be responsible, 24/7, general description of the work that's involved, and put it up there. We want a site plan. We want a photograph of what this thing is gonna look like as installed. We wanna know what pole number they wanna put it on, the total number of antenna they wanna put on there, its useful life. We want a radio frequency engineer to tell us what area it's covered. We want an admissions report so that we can basically understand what the effect would be. We want a certification that people that were in the area that might have an interest in weighing in whether that goes on one pole or another, have the opportunity to speak for or against. They need permission from the utility company that owns the pole to put it on there, so we'd want that. We want liability insurance. And, you know, we would want any other information that would prove that they complied with the requirements of the town, including, you know, if they needed to put a trench in, we'd need to get a permit from the Board of Public Works, things like that.
Okay.
And then we established what I think are the maximum fees that we can actually charge.
$500,
$500.
Yep.
And then 100 per antenna, and if you charge them more than that, they can claim that we're discriminating against them under the FCC regulations and seek to void it.
Okay. So this is a common practice in towns, it's not, okay.
And I've seen it in more of the metro towns. I mean, this policy is already in place in another community that I represent. They came into a downtown area that's more densely developed, and they wanted to take the light poles in the town, and which are very decorative, and they wanted to mimic those and put the 5G antenna on the top of them. And ultimately, they came up with an approval to do that, although not as many antennas as they wanted.
Okay. Well, it seems like you have covered the bases. Anything you'd like to add?
I'm good.
Anything you'd like to add, Eric?
I do. I have concerns with this. I'd like to roll to where Lynn started off with, if technically feasible and not unduly burdensome, the subject SWF shall not be installed within 100 feet of another pole-mounted SWF or within 50 feet of a residence or school buildings and playground structures, and shall exercise diligent efforts to meet the foregoing standards.
Right.
So, 50 feet of a residence, so, Bob, you and I know where we live. It would be 50 feet, but we get a whole bunch of telephone poles running through our neighborhood.
Yeah.
So what is the reason behind the distance? Are we looking at concerns about something, or?
Yeah.
What is it?
Emissions,
What kind of emissions?
radio frequency emissions,
Is that it?
emissions,
Is it?
emissions.
Okay. So,
I mean, the cell phones that we carry emit some
Yep.
type of a radio frequency, and, you know, I hope they're not more harmful than, you know, we all have been kind of led to believe, because we carry them close to our body all the time, so.
yeah, I mean, I think we understand that, you know, that's why you don't want to have them on your person all the time, or have them up to your ear all the time and all that and everything. So, is 50 feet, is 50 feet just a roundabout number, or is it a scientific number? What are we looking at here?
It's a recommended number that came through some study, and it's a reasonable distance that's enforceable in the view of the FCC to prevent somebody from putting it closer than that. So it's a minimum. It doesn't mean, it's got to be minimally 50 feet away from a residence, unless you waive it. And, I mean, there might not be, if we're taking Ocean Bluff, for example, where many of the power lines are still above ground on poles, there might not be any place in Ocean Bluff where you could do this within 50, and avoid 50 feet within a residence. I haven't gone out and actually looked at that, but I'm kind of just envisioning from what I can remember driving around, there may not be many locations. So there could be a circumstance where they claim that if we don't allow them to put it somewhere out there, that it's not technically feasible to provide a decent 5G service. And in that circumstance, they'll make that argument to you, and you'll see if that's credible or not. And maybe they'll come up with a location that's 49 feet, and you go, all right, that's good enough. But I mean, I can envision that argument coming at some point.
But, so when they say, all right, so you're going off a study, if you can provide that study at some point to me, that'd be great. But if you can, if you're saying 50 feet, do they give a timeline in regards to how long that 50 feet is good for? Like, you know, if it's on a pole, whatever, let's say it goes in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
Bob, right?
Yeah, my neighborhood is
Yeah.
underground, but yes, the rest of our neighborhood is all above ground.
But we all have kids in the neighborhood. All right? So the whole thing is that, all right, we got a 50 feet distance from the home that may be safe, but you're gonna have to travel underneath it, around it. So, I mean, do we have like 50 feet from a house is all right, but the whole thing is that we have our driveways, which are playgrounds for our kids and all that, so do we have a timeline in regards to how long somebody can hang around with these before?
No, I did some research because I was asked to do this actually last month in Norwell. Norwell's in the process of potentially locating another cell tower, not 5G, but a regular cell tower on some public land, and some people were concerned about radiation and emissions, and what I did learn was that these are powered at such a low rate that the potential harm is deemed by the FCC as not to be significant. I looked at an agency that I consider very reliable, the American Cancer Society, a nonprofit organization that's concerned with cancer, and they actually don't have a policy against cell towers.
Yeah, but I would imagine that the American Cancer Society probably accepts funding from outside sources, and that could be the people that are beneficiaries to the small cell tower as well, right?
I would have no way of knowing that, but, you know, I
It's
assume
possible.
that the
being a
American
nonprofit.
Cancer Society accepts donations from almost anybody that's willing to give it,
Right.
provided they're not disreputable. So, again, I'm not the right person to ask if you're asking.
Well, I know, and I get that, and I appreciate you being honest with that, Bob, because that's the whole thing, is that I think this goes in an area that we may need people to tell us the exact, you know,
Well,
what are we looking at for concerns in regards to radiation or radio wave transmission, all that and everything, you know, so.
the one thing I did hear, and again, this is something that's not scientific in any way, shape, or form, but the amount of radiation given off by a cell phone might be even more than what you would be exposed to at any distance from
Yep.
these antennas. So, again, if you want us to do that, we can certainly, you know, provide somebody that could give us a better opinion than me about health effects from these radio frequencies.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I'm thinking about, and obviously this is, be up to my two counterparts here, but I mean, I would imagine that as word of this gets out, I'm sure there's gonna be plenty of people in the town that are gonna be concerned about that.
But can I just interrupt you
Go
for
ahead.
a second? So currently, we do not have a policy.
Correct.
We do not.
So without a policy, we are not safeguarded against a person, as we were just informed, for coming in and just doing this. So we need a policy enforced. And one thing about a policy is that a policy can be amended. Correct?
Well, let me just add this.
Okay.
One of the things that we would ask them to do, and I think it's important to do, it might be the most important part of the policy, is to come in with a radio frequency emission report, okay? Demonstrating or certifying that this antenna, explaining what its maximum, you know, power is and exposure would be, and we're not entitled to any of that unless we have a policy that says they're gonna supply that type of information. So
What did you call it? I'm sorry, radio frequency?
Yeah, item number 11 on the application requirements is they have to
What
bring
page,
in.
please?
Page 8,
Thank you.
radio frequency emissions report demonstrating or certifying compliance of the proposed facility with maximum permissible exposures adopted by the FCC and their radio frequency emission. I mean, this is the type of information that we definitely want them to give us so that we can make sure that this antenna is not powered up in a way that, you know, would be at a higher threshold that would cause a problem.
So, I didn't want to interrupt you, but,
Go
so
ahead.
it seems to me that on page 8, item number 11, is requiring, or you need to demonstrate the emissions report, which does not seem to be just a walk in the park.
Yeah, it requires not only for them to tell us what the emission is from that antenna that we're adding, but it also requires them to tell us what the cumulative effect of all the things in the area are.
Right.
Well, they must already have these up in certain locations, right?
I'm sure they do.
I was gonna say, 'cause- all right, so they must have these reports out already, I would imagine. Graphs highlighting the areas they expect.
Every time I've been to a cell tower permitting session, either as a town council, I don't know that I've permitted any. I always remember a radio frequency engineer coming in and testifying about the frequency and the emissions.
Yeah.
And how it meets the maximum requirement of the FCC for output. So
Yeah, see, the FCC is just, it's not a, I don't know if it's an agency that I necessarily trust in regards to protecting our health and welfare. I mean, the more tied into, I think, benefiting the telecommunications company, in my opinion, especially the way I think it was the 1996 telecommunications law was written.
This is a 2018 FCC policy designed to benefit the telecommunications industry and allow them to construct antennas with less regulation rather than more local regulation. So by adopting a policy like this, you're clawing back on behalf of the residents the ability to say, no, that's a
Yeah,
wrong
to
location.
safeguard that, yeah.
This generates too much radiation, too close to something that's important to us.
Well, I mean, the whole thing is that, Bob, is that, people are concerned with the cell towers just in general, like it's right over here, right? Now you're gonna,
We like
now you're
our
gonna,
cell
now you're
phones.
gonna put them in people's neighborhoods where they live.
Well,
Now we're looking at a whole different thing, in my opinion.
they're coming no matter what.
Well,
Hopefully,
that,
hopefully technology will improve.
though I see a point in saying that, the whole thing is that, much like MBTA zoning, people start rebuffing it, then things start changing, I guess you could look at. The whole thing is that, I do have more on this that I want to ask you about, but so you highlighted in an email to us 47 US Code, Section 253. So in letter A, in general, no state or local statute or regulation or other state or local legal requirement may prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting the ability of an entity to provide any interstate or interstate telecommunications service. And then letter B, state or regulatory authority, nothing in this section shall affect the ability of a state to impose on a competitively neutral basis and consistent with section 254 of this title, requirements necessary to preserve and advance universal service, protect the public safety and welfare, ensure the continued quality of telecommunications service, and safeguard the rights of consumers. So public safety and protect the public safety and welfare. So, I mean, there is something in there in the 47 US Code 253 in regards to that, and that's what I want to make sure of is we are protecting the public safety and welfare in regards to these devices. So I think, in my opinion, that we need to find out more in regards to what we discussed in regards to radio waves and radiation and anything else before we should make a decision on this. I see Lynn's point that having some form of regulation in place is good, but maybe putting something in saying that nothing can be done until approved by the select board, and we end it there, but then we have more studies into it in regards to how this may impact us. Then you go to 47 US Code 332, mobile services. Factors which commission must consider in taking action to manage the spectrum to be made available for use by private mobile services, the commission shall consider, consistent with section 151 of this title, whether such actions will promote the safety of life and property. So in there as well, it also states promote the safety of life and property. So, now I would look at that, they'd probably argue it's something else, but you know something, the whole thing is that, it does mention safety of life and property. The application fee, all right, so it's $500 per applicant, and it's a one-time fee, I'm understanding?
Yes.
And then $100 per,
Yeah,
Per intern.
each additional one.
Yeah.
Correct.
So, depending on where we go with this, and I was thinking through my head, well, you know, somebody has to come in and apply for a permit every year to get something done, you know, whether it's a liquor license or whatever else like that. Is there anything stopping us from charging $100 a year for one of these things?
I wouldn't recommend that we make it less than this. I think, $100 per year?
Yes.
Yes. The answer is, the federal regulations deem that to be an unreasonable restraint on the development of a telecommunications network.
that's why I said $500 was.
No, no,
It's
well,
it's the
Was the-
maximum you could get without running afoul of the federal regulations.
well, yeah, I think, when I was looking, when you asked, I was basing it on a one-time fee. I was just looking at, all right, one time, you can't charge like $10,000, right? But I'm looking at, it's $100.
If we could, it would be in here.
All right. Let me see, application with new polls. The town's grant of location, bylaws and/or regulation, if and any applicable. So when you say town's grant of location, what do you mean by that?
Well, it's just like on a poll hearing, we give somebody permission to put in a poll. That's a decision that your board would make. And this is an antenna on a utility pole, so one would go hand in hand.
Okay. Facility should not emit noise greater than 43 decibels at 1 meter, 3.28 feet, if technically feasible. And in no case shall emit noise greater than 58 decibels at 1 meter on streets in areas zoned commercial and/or industrial not greater than 32 decibels at 1 meter in areas zoned residential. So how did you come up with these decibel?
I didn't. Those were designed by people that are much smarter than me about noise.
Okay,
43 decibels at 1 meter is probably not very loud.
do we know what, was there an example put out there?
I have a decibel meter on my phone. It's probably less than our conversation.
Okay,
But it has to be at 1 meter. It can't be greater than that at 1 meter. So
Right.
what that would be at 10 meters is probably significantly less.
Okay.
And probably not even audible at 20. Again, I'm not a radio frequency engineer and I can't tell you what the exact thing is, but these were designed by people that were much smarter than me about noise pollution. And this was the maximum that they thought it could be in a residential area and a commercial area.
without disturbing
Correct.
people in the residential area.
Yeah, I mean, there's a DE policy that amplified sound can't be greater than 10 decibels at a boundary line. So this is louder than that, but that's a boundary line and this is an antenna. I don't know that these make a lot of noise to begin with. As a matter of fact, I don't ever recall hearing much noise from any cell tower.
And then on the insurance.
Can I just interrupt you
Yeah,
for
go
a
ahead.
second, because we're approaching the 10 o'clock hour. In this particular policy, do you expect that you would be in a positive vote for it, or do you need,
I think, here's my look at it.
I want to hear where you
Madam
stand,
Chair,
because
Madam
I just
Chair,
want to
Chairwoman, I think
understand.
we should have a public hearing on it to hear from the residents if they have any concerns on it. And
This
as
is
of
a-
the moment, I am, without hearing from some experts on it in regards to, especially with these are going in potentially going in residential neighborhoods, I would like to have more feedback in regards to what we can be looking at. I mean, a cell tower is one thing, but now it's gonna be on potentially
So
different
you're-
poles in a neighborhood, so.
Okay, so you're okay with just throwing caution to the wind at this point and letting someone come into this town?
I don't think, I
You
mean,
don't
my
think
look
that's
at it
gonna
is
happen?
that I think we, let's put it this way, I would say that if there's something in it saying that,
There's
we're not
nothing
gonna
right
allow,
now.
we're not gonna allow it unless, what can you say, unless a safety review is done or whatever like that, then leave it at that, but I mean, this is already written, I have questions on it, I've read the US codes, in regards to what Bob relayed, it does allow for, to me, the way I'm reading it, it does allow for, public safety and welfare to be a factor in it, so, unless the FCC or whoever has a different opinion on that, but if it's in there, I think we should absolutely take that into consideration, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, this is a policy that empowers local boards to be able to say no where it doesn't really belong. It's not a policy that prevents us from doing something. So I think from that perspective, it's advisable to do it, but, you know, I can ask the Board of Health, and I can ask a radio frequency engineer to come in here and put some things into perspective, if that's what the pleasure of the board is.
So let's put it this way, let me,
Okay,
let me just.
just a sec.
Yeah, all right,
Just
okay.
a sec. So before we go any further on this evening, I am inclined to put this forward because we currently don't have anything protecting us. So that's how I feel right now.
Okay.
And then I'd like Eric Kelly to do his due diligence, present at a later date, and I will definitely put it on our agenda to allow us to perhaps amend a few of these parts, the parts of this policy. We don't want to wait a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And then
Not
have.
be able to address the people that I know that are even waiting.
If there are people in the pipeline that are coming in and they're ready to move on this, I want to protect this town from that occurring and make sure that we have some safeguards in place to, they may not be perfect, Eric, or Steve, but at least we will have the framework to a policy that we can start with. So based on that, I would like to make a motion to move forward on item number 2, and the board moves to approve the small cell
Well, I still have
wire.
more questions, so.
If you have one question, go for it. I just don't want to stay at this for another 45 minutes. That's all.
On the board designated agent review, Bob,
Yeah,
the select board or a board designated agent will determine and notify the applicant by email if an application is incomplete, and the select board or a board designated agent will identify the missing information. So, I can understand the part with the board designated agent, but there's, the processing deadline also may be told by agreement of the applicant and the board designated agent, or by agreement of the applicant and the select board, if it is applicable. I mean, the board designated agent, in some of these paragraphs, 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 5, 6, actually, let me see, board designated appeal, permit duration, abandonment. Seems to be a little, how can you say, it gives the board designated agent, whoever that may be, which I'm sure is probably leaning towards the town administrator, not so much to say
Well,
Mike
no,
or
it's
anybody.
the board designating an agent.
But the whole
All
thing is
three
that
of
I would
us-
like to see it that, even though they can look into it, but at the end of the day, I'm just reading it that the board designated agent has some authority as well. that
they
really doesn't-
only have authority to review an application for completeness before it comes to you. And we've asked them to voluntarily appear before the town engineer, which would be Rod Procaccino, or Charlie Swanson, or Ken Ryan, someone in the engineering department to look at it, the town planner and that. But I provided that the superintendent of the Department of Public Works, the health agent, and the town administrator are the board designated agents to determine whether these applications are complete and ready for your review as a board.
I mean, the whole thing is that, the way I look at it is that, like, permit duration, the select board or board designated agent and the applicant may also agree to extend the period within which construction must commence or may be suspended. So, I mean, give me a highlight on that one. Is that something that should
Sure.
fall within the select board, or is that given, some broad control over to other people, other than the
No.
select board?
Nope. You always have the authority. You don't have to designate anybody else as having authority to extend something, but, you know, say, for example, we give somebody a permit, and they said they're gonna build this in 90 days, and we have an earthquake, and they don't get around to doing it in the next 90 days, and you feel comfortable allowing that permit to be extended by a period of up to another 3 months so they can build it. If your board decides to allow the town administrator or somebody else to extend that time, you can choose to do that. But if you do not choose to do that, then they have to come back to you and say, we would like an extension, and then you decide it. It's completely up to your board to choose. Always, your board has the ultimate authority.
I know, I just look at select board or board designated agent, you know.
Well,
and the whole
I
thing
do
is
that
that's what
because
that does.
I know you all have jobs or other aspects of things going on in your life, and we always want our staff to help you do your
Correct.
jobs.
No,
by making
I-
everything's complete before you guys are asked to approve it.
No, all right, so that's my concern, just the way that some of this is written with the board designated agent. It just seems like in the
No.
way I'm reading it, it seems like it just gives them almost equivalent authority as the select board.
Only if you decide to give it as a select board.
All right, so how do we, I mean, when you say only if we give it to, so I mean,
Yeah,
what
I
do we?
mean, I don't know that it's gonna be,
This is-
I don't know it's gonna be a problem, and I just came up with one example off the top of my head, but, you know, if you give them 6 months to build it, and they don't build it in 6 months, and they want a 6-month extension, if your board decides that that's something that the town administrator can grant, then you can do that. If your board decides that you'd rather determine it, that's completely up to you. I don't know how often you're gonna be asked to do this, you know, but I think it's a decision you guys, as a board, collectively can decide whether you want to delegate that authority, because it might be more efficient for somebody like the town administrator to handle it. And if you don't think that way, this policy doesn't obligate you to do it.
Well, this policy offers a definition for the board designated agent.
It does, but is I get that, but the whole thing is that between what the definition is and then how some of these are written, that's my concern right there, you know? So it's kind of,
Well, remember, you have the ultimate authority, and you could designate some authority to some people, and you can not designate that authority. I know
I think
almost
that's-
every town department relies on its professional staff to do things. The Board of Health relies on the health agent. The planning board relies on the planner. The Board of Public Works relies on the superintendent. Your board relies on the town administrator. The police chief relies on his police officers. It's what we have to do in order to get the job done. So this policy is similar in nature.
Okay, I'm going to move forward. And then I want to encourage Eric to reach out to Attorney Galvin and come back to us if at a later date.
I've already reached out to him, my concerns in this, so.
Okay, well, the board moves to approve the small cell wireless facility policy as reviewed by the select board and drafted by town council with an effective date of today, January 27, 2025. The goal of this policy and the application process shall be to ensure the safety, non-interference, and visual quality of the public right-of-way and the town generally, while also providing the benefits of improved cell service consistent with applicable law and this board's statutory grant of location, role, and practices. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Nay.
Motion passes 2-1.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Number 3, Discussion and vote on treasurer collector's contract amendment to add the additional responsibilities of revenue manager with appropriate salary compensations. Okay.
So, Madam Chair, if you'd like, I
Yes,
can jump in.
please.
So,
And I
we
know
had an
Sean's
executive
here.
session last week, and we had discussed this, and now we're in the public realm to discuss. The board voted to give duties to the treasurer that were performed by the revenue manager. He is taking those over. He's been performing those since the person has been gone, was out on a medical leave, and then did not return, so he's been doing it for 6 or 8 months now. And the board voted to allow him to do that with appropriate compensation.
Okay. The executive session was on what date? Do you recall?
What was it, last week?
Last week, yeah.
Tuesday, yep, the
Tuesday.
21st.
Tuesday, the 21st. Thank you. Okay. Since we've already haven't had an executive session and the board voted in favor of this with, I believe it was a 2-to-1 vote,
Yes.
I will make the motion to move to approve the amended contract with Sean Strobel as treasurer-collector to include the additional responsibilities of the revenue manager position with the appropriate salary compensation effective January 21st, 2025. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Nay.
Motion carries 2-1.
All right. And then we are going to
Ned?
Ned. Sorry, Ned. So this is item number 10, discussion and vote on request for permission to accept 5 donations on behalf of Recreation Trails Committee. So this is another significant amount of money that the Trails Committee is seeking approval. We have $350 from Andrew and Teresa Waning, $350 from Fred and Maria Medeiros, $10 from Brian McCarthy, $10 from Joanne Butterall, and $10 from Dana Abbott. On behalf of the Recreational Trails Committee, please accept the following donation for the $350. This donation will support one trail bench to be installed this spring at an agreed location at Red Gold Farm, which was terrific. The $350 donation from Frederick and Maria Medeiros. That donation will support one trail bench to be installed this winter at an agreed location. Okay, thank you. At an agreed location, again, and this location is on the bridle path. And that's another terrific. The trail benches are built, transported, and installed by the MHS Building and Construction class, which makes this even more special. Okay. And also, we have Brian McCarthy's $10 cash that was received, Joanne Butterall's $10 check, and a $35.56 check, 56-cent check from Joanne as well, and Dana Abbott was a $10 check, and I had mentioned that as well. So the difference in the original comment I made was $35.56 check from Joanne that I didn't mention originally. Okay. Any questions or comments or applauds?
Yeah, every time I see
Round of
Ned, we're
applause.
getting a donation.
Yeah. Sorry you had to be here all this time, but this is worth it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Town government at its best.
Exactly.
Life in it.
It's just fulfilling. Okay, so thank you. Any questions or comments?
Oh, just thank you,
Okay.
everybody.
Okay. So number 10, our motion is I'd like to ask for a second. The board moves to approve the following 5 donations on behalf of the Recreation Trails Committee, which is $350 from Andrew and Teresa Waning, $350 from Frederick and Maria Medeiros, $10 donation from Brian McCarthy. Joanne Butterall also had her $35.56 check with $10, so that's $45.56. Terrific. And Dana Abbott, the $10 check. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to approve the donations
Okay, thank you.
as amended.
Sean and Meg, is there an action item that's keeping you here? 4?
4.
Okay. Thank you. See you, Ned.
Bye,
Ned.
thank you. I'm getting there. It's getting late. My hands aren't moving. Okay, number 4, discussion and vote on the creation of the procurement officer position for the town, and I think this is a very valuable position. And
So-
I'd like our town administrator to explain to us the importance
So-
of this role.
When we got rid of the revenue manager, we took some of that salary, gave it to Sean. The remainder of that salary, and then we'll have to add additional dollars. It would be valuable spending to hire a procurement person. Procurement person will do put all the plans and specs and bids out, monitor contracts, work with all of the department heads so that everyone's following the rules. A lot of cities and towns now have a purchasing director. There's a lot of work that goes into it. Right now, it's all fallen on Meg because buck stops in the town accountant's office, and she has to make sure that, was proper procurement done, so they have to provide the documentation. Is there a contract? Those types of things. So there's a definition you'll see in your packet. The definition: the purchasing director performs professional, administrative, and technical work overseeing the town's purchasing, procurement, and contract administration function. The position ensures compliance with Mass General laws, local bylaws, and applicable regulations while developing and managing procurement strategies, financial controls, and contracts to maximize operational efficiency and fiscal responsibility. Supervision: the purchasing director works under the policy direction of the town administrator. The role requires significant independent judgment, initiative, and professional expertise, planning, interpreting, executing procurement and contract-related tasks, consultation with town accountant, treasurer, collector, and all other town departments, supervisors if required for complex matters, and when clarification policies is necessary. Work environment: work is performed in a typical office setting with occasional interruptions. Evenings and weekends work may be required. Operate standard office equipment such as computer, calculator, copier, and phone. Frequent interaction with town departments, vendors, contractors, state agencies, and the public via phone, email, and in person. Handle sensitive and confidential financial and procurement information requiring discretions. Error in judgment or execution could result in financial losses, project delays, or legal non-compliance. Essential duties: the following is a representative list of essential duties. Additional responsibilities may be assigned as needed. Okay, procurement and purchasing, and it goes into a definition there: oversees and manages all non-school purchasing and procurement activities in compliance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 30B, Chapter 149, Chapter 30, 39M, Chapter 7C, Section 44 to 58, and other applicable regulations. Prepares and reviews requests for proposals, bid specifications, that are solicited documents for the procurements of goods and services and construction projects. Publishes bids through the state platform, combines, central register, and other media. Reviews vendor proposal, evaluates compliance, and awards contracts. Prepares, executes, and manages vendor contracts, ensuring proper approvals and documentation. Contract administration: administers all contracts for the town projects, including tracking expenditures, compliance with performance milestones, and addressing deviations from specifications or schedules. Develops financial monitoring system to align funding sources with expenditures and ensures accurate reporting of financial data, reviews and recommends contract amendments, extensions, and solutions for non-compliance to the town manager or CFO, manages disputes and claims and risk management and related contract performance, proposing mitigation measures and tracking damages for non-performance, advises on warranty and remedy options as per contract terms, budgeting and financial oversight, reviews and approves purchase orders in the Munis system, ensuring alignment with procurement policies and funding availability, prepares, tracks, and reconciles invoices and payment schedules, ensuring accuracy, compliance with contract, monitors grant funding from applications through award, expenditure tracking and reporting to awarding authorities, maintains records for all procurement transactions and general reports for town departments and state and federal compliance. Policy compliance ensures compliance with Massachusetts procurement laws, other federal, state, and local regulations, develop and updates procurement policies and procedures for the town departments, provides training guidance for town departments on procurement best practices, financial controls, and contract management. Recommended minimum qualifications, education and experience, bachelor's degree in public or business administration, finance, or related field, 3 to 5 years of experience in procurement, contract administration, or municipal finance, certification as Massachusetts Certified Public Purchasing Official, acronym MCPPO, or the ability to achieve certification in 1 year of employment, 3 to 5 years of experience with Munis financial software and state procurement platforms, example combines is preferred, knowledge and ability of skills, knowledge, comprehensive understanding of the Massachusetts general laws, municipal procurement regulation, Chapter 30B, Chapter 149, Chapter 30, 39M, Chapter 7C, Section 4458, GAAP, and UMIS. Expertise in contract management, financial analyst, and public procurement principles. Ability. Analyze and interpret complex financial data, contracts, and legal requirements. Establish and maintain cooperative relationship with town officials and contractors and vendors. Effectively manage multiple project and deadline. Develop and implement policies to improve operational efficiencies and compliance. Skills, proficient in Microsoft Office Suite, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and procurement software, Munis and combines. Strong communication, organizational, and negotiation skills. Attention to detail and aptitude to financial and operational problem solving. Physical requirements, light physical effort is required in typical office setting. Employee must be able to sit for extended periods, use standard office equipment, and occasionally lift materials up to 30 pounds. Vision abilities include reading detailed documents and working on computers for long periods of time. This job description is subject to change as the needs of the town and requirements of the position evolve. So as you see, it's a very detailed oriented, very complex process that will evolve, and why you need the expertise of someone like that to be able to pitch in and do that. We would advertise a salary range of $85,000 to $95,000. We did a survey, Stoneham, which has one. They're paying $97,000 annually. They went a little higher because they hired someone from Massport. Stowe, which is a much smaller community, about half the size of Marshfield, they're paying $38 hourly for an annual salary of $80,000. Norwood, which is about our size, $48.49 hourly. That's $100,000 annual salary. Amherst, $85,500 is their annual salary. So, they have to have, pretty impressive credentials. They have to meet the guidelines. They have to have the background. They have to have the Munis. So, hoping the board will approve the job description so we can begin to get the ad out and get someone in here, and hopefully have someone in place in 4 to 6 weeks. That's sort of stretching. Probably take a little longer than that.
Okay, so it'll go through the normal chain.
So
channels
Danielle
with
will place,
Danielle
yep, she'll
and
place
Human
the ad, yep.
Resources.
Yep.
So earlier, Rick Smith asked about how many new employees in fiscal year '26. We said 2. I know this is,
Because, see, I couldn't answer that question
because
because
we,
the board
I
had not
know,
approved it.
I know
That is
you
correct.
couldn't. So when and if this gets passed here this evening, that number will be reflected in the fiscal year 26. Is that
That's correct, and will be
how it
covered in the
work?
26 budget.
Okay. So I think this is really an important part of making sure that we're in compliance and that we're getting things out and doing it the right way. And I didn't realize how many different regulations with RFPs and the general laws that, yeah, this is pretty intense. So the procurement laws are a niche, correct?
They really are. They've gotten, over the last 20 years, they've really grown when it comes to regular day-to-day activities. The big stuff like Chapter 149, there's usually an owner project manager that's hired. So 149 is what we use when we built the police station, the DPW facility, added on to the senior center. DPW uses a lot of Chapter 30 and 39M. They pretty much use everything. 30B is probably the most common, but, they all have requirements. They all have, 0 to 10, 10 to 50, 50 to 100. I mean, at the Mass Municipal, they're hoping to get legislation passed to increase it to 100,000 like the schools,
Okay.
so that towns won't have to constantly be going out to bid and make it a little easier for the local municipal officials to be able to do.
I would think this would save us money.
It will, because you'll have
Can we
someone
talk
that
about
has
that
an
for a
eye
second?
that has an eye to detail, absolutely, making sure that, it's, how you do it is the importance of putting the proper bid together. What are the services that we are looking for? Then making sure that when someone sends a response to the RFP, that they're matching and providing the service that's required and requested.
Okay. I mean, it seems like a no-brainer, but go ahead.
Good.
Eric?
I don't know, I'm looking at this between the negotiations for Mr. Strobel's contract and the elimination of a position and then creating this one, which I'm looking at, looks like between our town accountant and Mr. Strobel, it seems like this should fall right under their fields and where they have staff. I'm just looking at that, I don't understand why we need to create a new position when we should be able to do it under their two roofs. So that's where I'm at right now.
Unfortunately, Mr. Kelly, the volume is extremely high. We're having a lot of problems with DPW, some of the bigger departments keeping track, getting things out in a timely manner, getting a contract done so that the vendor can be paid. What's happening now is people do the bid process. Sometimes they do it well, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they don't get the contract, sometimes the contract's not signed, sometimes the money's not encumbered, and we're getting bills, and then the bills can't be paid because there's no contract.
Well, here's my look at it, Mike, is that we have, let's take the DPW, and I'm not singling out Sean Patterson, but let's say we have people that are responsible for departments. And as you say that, well, then obviously I would say they're not being responsible. If these things fall into their purview in regards to handling between contracts and all that, and they're not being held accountable to be doing their positions, I would look at, now if you want to create another position for it, my look at it is that it's insanity. When it looks like there are responsibilities for others to take care of it, and now we're just creating another position for somebody to do somebody else's work for them. That's the way I'm going to look at it. I appreciate your explanation, though.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I'm ready to vote.
Okay. All right. The board moves to approve the creation of a new position of procurement officer for the town of Marshfield with responsibilities as outlined in the job description effective January 27th, 2025. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Nay.
Motion passes 2-1. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 5 is a discussion and vote on film permit application, Alternative Reality Television LLC.
So this is kind of, Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
This is kind of exciting. Last Friday night, the shoulder was taped last year, aired on the national network all over the country, and drew, a lot of attention to Green Harbor and Brant Rock and our proximity to one of the richest fishing areas. So they're doing another one, alternate reality television out of California will be here, and they'll be filming and doing another show that will air sometime next year at this time.
Okay, so in our packet, last year was pretty low-key, no impacts to other offloading catch at the pier, et cetera. The film crew came and went based on tides and weather, no issues on that end. And the first episode from season 1 starts next Friday night, and this was on January 15th, as Michael just described, on National Geographic. Happy to see Marshfield on national TV. And that was from our harbor master. So I think no issues from fire. No issues from police. And I think this is cool. So, any comments?
Good.
Any comments, Eric?
No, Madam Chairwoman.
Okay, thank you. So the board moves to approve a film permit for Alternative Reality Television LLC for their documentary Harpoon Hunters with Russell Caton as the location manager and producer. The filming will take place at Marshfield Town Landing, Joseph Drybeck Way, with filming dates and time from May 29th, 2025 through July 31st, 2025, pending sign-off from the harbor master, MPD, and MFD. This is a great opportunity for the town of Marshfield to be once again highlighted on national TV. That's kind of a nice part of the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to approve.
Number 6 was withdrawn. Number 7 is the discussion and vote on request for permission to hold the 26th Annual Best Buddies Challenge on May 31st, 2025, put through by Best Buddies. Any questions or comments?
No.
Uh,
Any questions or comments, Eric?
I think they did with this Best Buddies. What was, I don't know what it is. What is Best Buddies? I'm looking at, they got roads here and all that mapped out.
Yeah, so Best Buddies organization is for children that have handicapped and
Special
developmental
needs.
issues, special needs. And so they
Is it,
raise
is it
money.
a motorcycle thing or something, or?
It's bikes. They bike it.
Oh, so it's a road race on regular
Yes,
bikes?
Yeah. If you see, they did a very impressive report. It's like 3 or 4 pages.
Oh, no, that's what I was looking at.
Yeah.
I was like, is
It's like
this?
one of the
Has this
best
been
ones we've
going
ever
on
received.
forever?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was looking at. I go, well, what
Yeah.
is this? I was like, a road race? Is it a motorcycles? But it's actually just like people on
Bikes.
bikes,
Regular bikes, yeah.
pedal bikes doing it. Okay, excellent.
So it's, just so you know, Marshfield's onto Summer Street, on Summer Street, and it just gives you the whole lowdown on the pattern of traffic.
Yeah, I mean, they give the, I
It's
think,
really-
distance and all
quite
that and
something.
times. And,
Yep,
I mean,
yep.
without, as Mike said, it's probably one of the better reports that you've probably
Yes,
seen in one of these
exactly.
things.
Okay, so I'd like the board to move to approve the 26th Annual Best Buddies Challenge for Saturday, May 31st, 2025, pending sign-off from MPD and MFD. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to approve the Best Buddy Challenge.
Okay, and then number 8 is another donation. Discussion and vote on request for permission to correct the donation amount previously approved at our December 30th, 2024 Select Board meeting on behalf of the Animal Control. So we had an incorrect number. We had previously voted to approve a donation in the amount of $100 by Lori Johnston Rand, and this letter serves as an official request to correct that previously approved erroneous donation amount. The correct check amount is $400. So we just gained $300. And it's late and I'm still doing my math. So these funds will be directly deposited into our department's donation account and will go directly towards the care of the animals housed at the Marshfield Animal Shelter, cared for by the Marshfield Animal Control Officers. So, any questions or comments? No. The board moves to correct the approval of a donation at their December 30th, 2024 meeting on behalf of the Animal Control Officer, Alexander Forbes, of $100 from Laurie Johnson Rand for the care of the animals housed at the Marshfield Animal Shelter. The corrected amount of that donation should be $400 from Laurie Johnson Rand. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to approve the correction of the donation from 100 to 400.
Okay, we're almost there. Number 9 is a discussion and vote on a request for permission to accept one donation on behalf of the animal control. Okay. So this is on behalf of Michelle Rupret for $250. Any questions or comments?
No, thank you.
Okay, any questions or comments?
Thank you.
Thank you. The board moves to accept on behalf of Animal Control Officer Alexander Forbes a donation in the amount of $250 from Michelle Rupret. This donation will be deposited into the gift account for the animal shelter and will be used to care for the animals in the shelter. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to approve the $250 donation.
Okay, we've already done number 10.
And Madam Chair?
Yes?
As we approach number 12, I want to disclose for the board that I am a member of the Board of Directors of the Boys and Girls Club, and I serve on the governance board. I don't get paid or receive any financial
Okay.
money.
Thank you for that disclosure. So this is a discussion and vote on request for permission for Boys and Girls Club of Marshfield to use town parking lots, Gracie Ryder House, South River School, Seth Veterans Hall, and lot adjacent to the Central Fire Station to assist with parking for the 2025 Levitate Music Festival on July 12th and 13th of 2025.
Madam Chair, if I may, the Boys and Girls Club have been doing this for 10 years with the festival and with Dan Hassett. They're responsible for getting the 500 volunteers to park the cars for the duration of the festival.
Okay. I see that here. Okay. Any questions or comments? We've been doing this forever. Any questions or comments, Eric?
Just one. Are they paying the $1 fee like the other people are when these events come up?
I don't think so.
There's
Because they're a nonprofit. The house, you're talking about the $1 fee that anyone that their taxes.
yeah, I
are
think
good
the
standing
homeowners,
pay.
whatever lives in.
They pay, right, they pay
Pay
a dollar,
$1
just
per
once,
car.
for the whole 10 days that they park cars, yeah.
Is it a
Oh,
dollar a
it's for
year
the
or is it a
whole-
dollar a
for the
car?
whole year?
It's $1 a car, so you
Yeah.
have to provide a map. So if you have 30 cars, you pay the $30 once, and then you park cars for the duration of, whatever you want to do.
So this is a charitable.
This is a charitable
thing that the
nonprofit,
town
correct?
Has
Yeah.
been willing to do, and it's helpful to the
Okay,
kids. Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. The board moves to approve the request of the Marshfield Boys and Girls Club to use the following town property parking lots: Gracie Ryder, South River School, Seth Ventris Building, and the lot adjacent to the Central Fire Station on South River Street, across the street from the fairgrounds, to assist with parking for the 2025 Levitate Music Festival on July 12th and 13th, 2025. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to approve.
Okay. The board moves to approve the meeting minutes for December 6th, January 3rd, 2025, and January 13th, 2025. And you were here, you weren't here on January 13th, right?
Correct.
So I'll just do each of them separate.
You could just do a 2-0 vote to save time and just abstain.
Well, you know something, I should say that, I didn't, I didn't even see them because I didn't even get copies of them, so I didn't even look on the, on my phone at them, to be honest with you, because generally I get a copy, so I can't even vote on them at the moment, I haven't reviewed them.
So if it's okay with our,
December 6th, because that was the meeting that you and Steve were at.
okay, and,
Aaron was not there.
and.
No, it's the executive.
And then we can do the other two at the
Okay.
next meeting.
Okay, so let's make a motion to approve the meeting minutes for December 6th, 2024. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Nay.
You
Or you
recused, yeah.
can
Yeah,
recuse
yeah.
or whatever.
Yep.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion.
We skipped 11.
No, we did that earlier.
No, that, wasn't that the one that was?
That's the one that's withdrawn
That
too,
was the
because
postponed
Dixon
one.
isn't gonna do this until
Oh.
he's gonna come back to us sometime mid-spring.
Okay.
I'm getting really hungry. Okay, so going back again, so I'd like to make a motion that we table January 3rd and January 13th, 2025's meeting minutes.
To our February 10th meeting.
To our February 10th, thank you. February 10th meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Okay, unanimous vote to put those on for February 10th, January 3rd, and January 13th.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further business on the, oops, wait a minute, just make sure I don't have any reminders. Every week I go over, but there's nothing new.
Good idea.
We need to talk about the upcoming select board dates of February 10th, February 24th, March 10th, March 24th, and April 7th. I'm going to just bring them to the attention of my board members. If you have any problem or conflicts with those 5 dates, can you please let Michael know? But we're going to try to make that happen at the next meeting to make sure, well, obviously, February 10th is on it, but, okay?
Yep.
All right, see no further business, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Unanimous vote to adjourn at 10:37 in the evening.
Thank you.